Good afternoon, honorable members. When we suspended for lunch, we were debating the Urban Renewal Authority bill. Honorable member for Bain and Grandstand, are you ready? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bain and Grandstand.
Mr. Deputy, thank you for acknowledging me as I stand in this House to support the Urban Renewal Authority's bill on behalf of the much appreciative people of Bains and Grandstand. Honorable members of this House of Assembly, good afternoon. I pay my respects to the Almighty and I thank Him for His continued support and for giving me the ability to debate on this transformative Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 on behalf of the good people of Bains and Grandstand. Mr. Deputy, I could remember my deceased grandmother, Anna Cooper. May she rest in peace, always saying, a humble man always tastes the grace of God. And with that being said, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador for affording me the opportunity to serve at his pleasure. I thank the great people of Bains and Grandstand for electing me to represent them in these halls of Parliament. Mr. Deputy, the strength of a team is in each individual member. The strength of each individual member is in the team. A quote by former NBA championship coach Phil Jackson. And I reference this quote to highlight and thank the executives of the Bain and Grandstand branch of the Progressive Liberal Party for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to improving the lives and the living conditions of the people and the communities of Bain and Grandstand as we work together. October 12th to the 14th of this year, the Bain and Grandstand branch was able to organize and host the first biannual Homecoming and Music Festival on Augusta Street in Bain Town. It was an historic event for the residents of Bain and Grandstand as we celebrated as one under the theme, Reunite, Let's Stay Together, We Are the Sum of Our Ancestry. Mr. Deputy, we were able to install the first awardees of the Bain and Grandstand Cotton Tree Award in the persons of Colin Grant, former Grammy Award-winning musician. He played for Bahama. Ms. Marianne Smith, former educator and community builder. Mr. George Sweetboy Robinson Jr., philanthropist, businessman, whose business has been in Bain Town for more than 50 years. Sir Franklin Wilson, former parliamentarian, philanthropist, and business owner, who too has made significant contributions to the Bains and Grandstand constituency. Alfred Bismarck Coakley, philanthropist and statesman. We awarded him posthumously. Archdeacon William Thompson, posthumously awarded for his contribution to the Bain and Grandstand constituency and the Bahamas as a whole. And lastly, Reverend Kendall Nordich. We'll get you next year. Former cabinet minister and member of parliament for St. Agnes constituency for his invaluable service to the Bain and Grandstand people and community and the national development of the Bahamas as a whole. Mr. Deputy, at the Homecoming Festival, we launched the Bain and Grandstand Education and Training Scholarship Fund and raised our first set of seed funding for this program. This NPO, this nonprofit organization, has been legally established and officially registered. The fund account is also being established. The purpose of the fund is to assist persons, our students in Baines and Grantstown, with funding to assist with their BJCs, BGCSEs, Pitmans, and so on and so forth, and also tuition and fees, similar to the Life with Key Foundation and the Life with Key Scholarship Fund. I urge persons from Bain and Grantstown, like Mr. Ivan Ingram, to make a pledge or donations to this account to help those of us who are in need, those of our sisters and brothers who require that type of assistance. Many of our children in Bain and Grantstown need assistance with payments for their BJCs, Pitmans, and BGCSEs, and the need for post-high school tuition at the University of Bahamas, or BTVI. Parents, often single mothers and fathers, and grandparents have to make decisions as to which expenses will they pay: food, basic utilities, or school examination fees. In our twin communities, the answer is clear. You can't eat BJCs and you can't eat BGCSEs. Therefore, groceries and basic utility bills take precedence, and hence a child with aptitude graduates without these basic certificates, and as a result, their inability to acquire more meaningful employment within corporate Bahamas after high school. Mr. Deputy, before I dive into my brief contribution to this Urban Renewal Bill 2024, I want to say good afternoon to my seniors and my stalwarts of Baines and Grantstown, whose eyes are glued to the television, watching their man of business and their MP present here today. Hello. I love you all. Yeah. But I want you to be reminded of our annual Thanksgiving luncheon. Which guy? Don't worry. I want you to be reminded of the annual Thanksgiving luncheon on the 28th of November at 12 noon on the George Brown Park on Dumping Ground Corner. If you can't get to the park, we'll bring your Thanksgiving lunch to you. On a side note, Mr. Deputy, our Bain and Grantstown Senior Citizens Association has lost a gem and an avid supporter, Ms. Cynthia Rebecca Munnings Hanna, affectionately known as to me, Ann Becker, one of the oldest fruit vendors who operated on Chapel Street off Market Street. Many of you may remember her. On behalf of the Bain and Grantstown Senior Citizens Association and the Bain and Grantstown branch of the Progressive Liberal Party, and as a member of Parliament for Bain and Grantstown, I offer sincere condolences to her family, especially her daughter Brenda, her sister Drusilla, and the other family members on Wellington Street, including Greer Cartwright and her household. She will be missed, as she served as a major landmark on Chapel Street for many, many years in Grantstown. And I can say that she has been there for more than 50 years. You may know her, you may not know her, but she's always on the left-hand side, just after you turn off Market Street. And she has a little fruit stand right there available for you to partake in. I say, may she rest in peace and rise in glory. Becca, you will be missed. To all families in my constituency who have experienced the loss of loved ones, I offer my condolences to you and your families. Mr. Deputy, please permit me to also extend sincere condolences to the family of the late Philip Galanis on his passing. Mr. Galanis was a great PLP. He was a good man, and he'd never pass me straight without offering a word of encouragement. My last encounter with him was a few weeks ago when we booked in the airport, and he said to me, keep up the good work. So I know it's rough, but don't get discouraged, keep pushing. With that being said, Mr. Deputy, I intend to be at his funeral on Friday morning to show my support, because it's people like Mr. Galanis, who young politicians like me sit and stand on their shoulders. May he rest in peace and rise in glory. On a more upbeat note, I want to remind the children of Bain and Grantstown that this Thursday, tomorrow, October 31st, starting at 4 p.m., the Bain and Grantstown branch and yours truly, your MP, will be riding through the streets of Bain and Grantstown conducting our 3rd annual Bain and Grantstown Treats and Sweets Drive-By Giveaway. Nice. We ain't shooting no gun. We're giving away treats and sweets. Please come out and get your Halloween treats before the goblins and the freaks come out at night. Mr. Deputy, I want to congratulate our WNBA champion and MVP, John Quill Jones. For her accomplishments as a part of the New York Liberty WNBA Championship Team 2024. Before she became the MVP, she was in Nassau and she visited me on the George Brown Park, and she assisted me with the camp, with a basketball camp for the young children. I am happy that I and the kids were able to share some time with her. And even in her great stardom, I know JJ, she's still human and down to earth. So I say thank you, JJ. Go, JJ. Keep making the Bahamas proud. And I will be on that float parade when that day comes. Mr. Deputy, I am happy for this bill today, as we in Bain and Grantstown have received approval for the construction of the Bain and Grantstown Community Center. We look forward to partnering with the Urban Renewal Authority, especially considering the fact that we will have a facility where the objectives of the Urban Renewal Authority can be achieved. An environment where good, positive programs can be run. When it comes to the implementation of this critical national institution, which are responsible for moving the pendulum of this country forward, it is easy to see why the Progressive Liberal Party administration, now and then, is the preferred party of the people that govern this little country called the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Today, we are making history, again, by implementing through this legislation another national institution which is needed to enhance good governance, reduce bureaucracy, streamline processes, and enhance progress. The institution of which I refer is the Urban Renewal Authority. I want to give kudos to Minister Keith Bell, Minister Lisa Raming and their team at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal for the work that they did to bring this Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 to the Honorable House of Assembly today. Again, this administration has demonstrated that we are forward-thinking, and the former administration just wasn't thinking. I say this because, Mr. Deputy, this bill sat on the table in the House of Assembly in the last administration, and all that was required was to debate, pass, and bring the bill into force. But this was not done. It takes the PLP administration to bring this much-needed authority to fruition. Mr. Deputy, I can remember 22 years ago when former Prime Minister Christie's government implemented the concept called urban renewal. I can recall the passion, the enthusiasm of Your Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt, Mr. Algernon Allen, senior police and social services officers as they were charged with their responsibilities of the objectives of this unit. I can recall the immediate impact in the urban areas of New Providence. For example, crime reduction, youth and gang violence reduced, and engagement of hundreds of young people in positive activities like computer training classes, after-school programs, and establishment of the famous Urban Renewal Band, and etc. All facilitated by volunteers, persons, and businesses within the immediate community of the urban areas. Mr. Deputy, based on the tenets of the new Urban Renewal Bill 2024 under Section 3G, I and O, we will see that the implementation of programs and situations which I referred can be lessened and improved. Honorable members of the Social Assembly, we gather here today to discuss a piece of legislation that the Urban Renewal Authority bills will bring. This bill represents not just a legislative initiative, but a critical step towards uplifting our urban communities and enhancing the quality of life for all Bahamians, especially in those areas which are designated as urban areas under the bill, and those areas that will be qualified as urban areas by the minister under Section 4 of the proposed bill. Urban areas in the Bahamas face numerous demographic challenges, including inadequate infrastructure, homelessness, and economic stagnation. The Urban Renewal Authority seeks to address these issues by implementing strategic programs aimed at improving housing, fostering economic development, and creating sustainable environments for our citizens. Mr. Deputy, firstly, let us consider the importance of housing. The bill outlines provisions for renovation to existing houses and construction of affordable houses within the inner city areas. This initiative will not only provide shelter, but will also promote community stability and pride for those of us who reside within the inner city. By investing in our inner city neighborhoods, we invest in the very fabric of our own society. Moreover, the bill emphasizes economic empowerment through job creation. Skilled and semi-skilled professionals reside within these communities will further advocate the reduction of the employment rate. And I want to give kudos to my colleague, the Minister for the Public Service, for the work that she has been doing. Yes. You heard of the reduction. You heard of the reduction in the employment rate from 9.7% to 8.8%, the best reduction in the unemployment rate in more than 16 years. And again, it's a testament to her hard work and the work and dedication of this Progressive Liberal Party administration. Under the Urban Renewal Authority, Mr. Deputy, by partnering with local businesses and organizations, you will see us being able to facilitate training programs and employment opportunities for residents. This approach will not only stimulate our economy, but also enable individuals to uplift themselves and their families. Mr. Deputy, I know also well the challenges associated with unemployment and the inability of persons within the inner city to gain full employment. And I see under this Urban Renewal Authority's bill, where persons within the immediate areas of these urban communities will have an opportunity to be looked at firstly when it comes to renovating and revitalizing the inner cities. Additionally, Mr. Deputy, the bill will seek to promote community engagement. We must ensure that the voices of our citizens are heard in the decision-making process. Who knows better than those who live amongst us? By encouraging public input and collaboration, we can create solutions that are tailored to the unique needs of and the demographics of each community. Our communities are different, and those demographics must be addressed differently. The proposed Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 offers several inherent benefits, and I want to talk about a few. And we see that they could significantly enhance the quality of life for Bahamians and foster sustainable community development. Mr. Deputy, please indulge me as I highlight some of the key advantages and benefits of establishing the Euro, and I call it Euro, Urban Renewal Authority. Number one, affordable housing development. I spoke about this before. My colleagues have spoken about it. The bill prioritizes the construction and renovation of affordable housing units, addressing the pressing need for quality shelter in urban areas. This will help lower-income families within the inner cities like Baines and Grandstand to access safe and stable homes. A second benefit, number two, economic revitalization. By investing in urban renewal, the bill aims to stimulate local economies through job creation. This includes opportunities in construction, renovation, and ongoing maintenance as we support our local businesses. Mr. Davis, the hardware store on Augusta Street, and the semi and skilled professionals within our constituency would definitely benefit from the implementation of the Urban Renewal Authority and the advancement of its work and objectives within our constituency. Advantage number three, community empowerment. The bill emphasizes community engagement and participation, allowing residents to have a voice in the planning and the implementation of urban renewal projects. This fosters a sense of ownership and pride among community members. Number four, infrastructure improvements. The bill outlines plans for enhancing infrastructure, including roads, public transportation, and utilities. Improved infrastructure can lead to better access to services and increased property values. Mr. Deputy, benefit number four, environmental sustainability. Urban renewal initiatives often incorporate green spaces, energy-efficient designs, and sustainable practices, and I look forward to those implementations as this unit continues its work. This not only improves the aesthetics of the neighborhood, but also contributes to the environmental conservation. Number five, social cohesion. By revitalizing urban areas, the bill aims to strengthen community ties and reduce disparities. We would see that improved neighborhoods can lead to increased safety, reduced crime rates, and a greater sense of belonging among the residents. Number seven, cultural preservation. The bill can provide opportunities to preserve and promote local cultural and heritage through community events, public art installations, and the restoration of historic buildings. And that struck a chord with me, Mr. Deputy, because we see that the Ryan Hart Hotel, which had such a significant impact and a significant meaning in the Baines and Grandstown constituency, felt its demise, if I could call it that. And well, you got a different word. You from Sarah, right? We don't call it that in Baintown. Mr. Deputy, if the Urban Renewal Authority was in place, I am certain that we would have preserved the Ryan Art Hotel. If they had taken an opportunity to,
he was in place.
Mr. Deputy, if the Urban Renewal Authority was in place, I am certain that the Ryan Art Hotel would have been standing today. Number 8, public health improvements. We see that enhanced living conditions and access to recreational spaces contribute to better physical and mental health outcomes for residents. A well-planned urban environment can promote to active lifestyles and community well-being. And again, Mr. Deputy, another objective under the Urban Renewal Authority. Collaboration with stakeholders is the 9th and final benefit that I will highlight today. And the Urban Renewal Authority will likely work with various stakeholders within the community, including government agencies, not-for-profit organizations, private sector partners. We saw there was a major grant for some $30,000 today for the Urban Renewal Bond. Those kind of things will generate itself. And again, I suspect based on the objectives, you'll see that the Urban Renewal Authority will foster those kind of collaboration and lead to more innovative solutions and resource sharing. Mr. Deputy, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 24 has the potential to create a holistic framework for urban improvements that addresses housing, economic development, community engagement, environmental sustainability, ultimately leading to an enriched lives for all Bahamians. And in conclusion, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill is a comprehensive framework designed to transform our urban communities in New Providence and throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas into a thriving and vibrant areas. I'm excited for this legislation as it would secure the sustainability and stability of an innovative and progressive national program, a progressive national institution, which would be maintained regardless of which party is in government. No more stop, review, and abandonment. The objectives I'm done right about now, Mr. Deputy. The objectives and the powers of this authority can proceed and continue unfettered from this day forward. Mr. Deputy, I urge my fellow members to support this bill. To support this bill as it embodies our commitment to progress, it embodies our commitment to unity, and it embodies our commitment for the betterment of all Bahamians. I want to remind the members opposite that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. This bill, Mr. Deputy, aims to address the pressing needs of our inner cities. One house, one block, one street, and one community at a time until the entire Bahamas is renewed and revitalized. Let us take this significant step forward together. Thank you. God bless. Parents and grandson support, and I rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Good afternoon, parliamentary colleagues, and those watching by way of television. I want to say good afternoon to the residents, particularly of Central Grand Bahama, on whose behalf I stand here today through the grace of the Almighty God. Before I get into my deliberation on this bill, I would like to send out condolences to all families in Central Grand Bahama who may have lost a loved one. I want to, in particular, single out two families before I go in. I want to say a special condolence to Ms. Aniska Roll, a relative of mine who lost her son in Grand Bahama to a very violent crime recently. So I want to say to Aniska, may God grant you peace and comfort. And also, I didn't get a chance to offer condolences to the family of a good FNM that we lost from Nassau, Ms. Pamela Miller. We are certainly going to miss Pam in one way or the other. And I'll say to her family, may her soul also rest in peace, and in advance that I will not be able to attend the funeral service, her homegoing service, because I will be in Freeport attending the service of my family member, cousin Kennedy, on the same day and time as Pam's funeral, so I will not be in Nassau to offer them support on that day. Mr. Deputy, I'm honored to be here today to discuss a policy that all of us would agree is necessary for the most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Deputy, we see no reason for this matter to be a controversial one, and so from the onset, I want to say that we support it. There's a however. In most things, we can agree that action is needed. We just have to find that sweet middle of how that action should be implemented, and I highlight the word enforce. The official opposition believes this bill is crucial for revitalizing our communities and ensuring sustainable growth in the Bahamas. Let's take a look at its establishment, function, and powers of the authority to truly see how it will benefit the Bahamian people. The bill establishes the Urban Renewal Authority as a centralized body responsible for overseeing urban renewal initiatives. Its primary functions include assessing community needs, which is necessary, developing strategic plans, and coordinating with various stakeholders like local government, church organization, and other NGOs. The authority will have the power to implement urban renewal projects, ensure compliance with regulations, and of course, very important, monitor progress. However, it is essential to note that there are limitations on the authority's power to dispose of capital assets. This ensures that valuable community resources remain intact and are used for the benefits of the residents. I'll talk about the Ryan Hotel. Mr. Deputy, a key aspect of this bill is the establishment of urban renewal centers in targeted areas. These centers will serve as hubs for community engagement, providing resources, information, and support for residents. They will facilitate workshops, training, program, and access to service that empowers citizens to take an active role in their community renewal. We believe that these will be a great advantage to the public by offering opportunities. And Mr. Deputy, the main thing that Bahamians want, they don't want handouts. They want handoffs. They want opportunities. They want to work and earn and be able to provide for their families. The only thing that separates us all in life, Mr. Deputy, time is opportunities. And so I believe that these centers, once ran properly, will provide just that. However, Mr. Deputy, we must be realistic. We have community centers now that are not being run properly. We need better management and better oversight. We need honest people who love people. People who understand that urban renewal isn't just a cash cow or an easy get. It is a service to and for the Bahamian people to become better and have access, indeed, to a better life. Mr. Deputy, the bill establishes a board of directors to guide the authority's operation, which is important. The bill would consist of members with diverse expertise for community development. Their powers include setting strategic goals, approving budget, and ensuring transparency and accountability in all authority activities. But, Mr. Deputy, I do believe, when I look at the structure of the board, that we should have certified and qualified urban planners on the board. And this is to ensure that there is a level of expertise in the room when decisions are being made, especially decisions that require changing the physical environment of where people live. And as an architect, trained in that area, I can tell you that is extremely important. The physical environment, Mr. Deputy, will make a huge difference for how you think, how you move, and what you essentially make of yourself in this life, in some instances. I believe the Urban Renewal Board's co-chairs, this is my opinion, should be certified planners to help bring that very important perspective to the fore. Mr. Deputy, yes, the bill includes clear guidelines for the administration of the authority, ensuring efficient operations and accountability, which is very important. It provides for regular reporting and evaluation. It will be mandated to track progress and make the necessary adjustments. But again, we must ensure that we are keeping these people honest. One of the few things we do question with this bill, Mr. Deputy, and the authority, is the power of the board to borrow money and to invest money. We know there's such a heavy demand, Mr. Deputy and colleagues, for housing and urban assistance. So the question is, how will you find enough money to be able to invest, carry out an investment plan? I don't know if this new day government is trying to sneak in some PPPs here. But what the member for Jamaica said earlier was that there are some 700 homes that need repairs across the Bahamas. I believe that's the number he quoted. Don't quote me on the exact numbers. Okay, that sounds more like it. And the Family Islands, yeah, I think it's 700 in Family Islands. But in Grand Bahama alone, it was 1,090 at my last report. And there was still quite a few thousand applications that were being reviewed, is waiting for documentation for them to be approved. So again, home to be repaired. Yeah, so just home to be repaired in general. And again, I will get more into the duplication of efforts, why we need to streamline certain aspects of this bill. It is imperative that we flag this intention, Mr. Deputy, because we know how things can take a turn, and we do not want the Bahamian people to be left holding the bag again. We believe the board must make sure the procurement plan is consistent with the National Procurement Act for consistency, so that there's an oversight of the oversight. We agree that auditing is great, but we want to make sure, Mr. Deputy, we get it right the first time and not when all of the rocks have been flipped over. The Bahamian people cannot take another setback, Mr. Deputy and colleagues. On the grant of assistance to urban centers, Mr. Deputy, we note that the bill also includes provisions for granting assistance to urban communities. This assistance may include financial support for local businesses, funding for community projects, and resources for social programs aimed at addressing issues like poverty and unemployment. We agree that by investing in our communities, we create an environment conducive to growth and, of course, prosperity. But we know that this is another aspect of the bill that we must flag for fear of the risk that comes with it. We know that there's a potential for this to go wrong, so oversight is important. With loans, there is always an issue with paying back. And I'll say that again, with loans, there's always an issue with paying back. Why does urban renewal need to get into the business of giving loans? That is a risky move. I think, personally, it's a bad idea. and we need to look at that again. The question will be, of course, some of it is mentioned in the bill. How will you get the money back? Are you sure? How do you hold people accountable? Also, how do you make sure we are not duplicating programs offered in other agencies like the leader alluded to earlier? We currently have Ministry of Housing, Mortgage Corporation, Accel Accelerator, and more programs where similar opportunities are provided. Mr. Deputy, at this junction in our development as a country, we must move smart and not move hard. I believe the intention is good, but like I always say, we want to make sure it's done right the first time. Coming in and offering assistance with respect to the social programs, we all welcome that. Because as members of Parliament, we know, and I say this oftentimes in this place, the sums allocated to us, to run our communities, are quite insufficient, short, extremely short. And I'll go as bold as to say, in some instances, our capital grant has turned into a benevolent fund. You have to bury people, help people with medical expenses, help people with power, bills, rental assistance. So if the authority is going to help take up some of the slack through the social programs, we welcome that. Because as it stands now, most of us members of Parliament, we can't get to our capital projects because of the need from the social perspective. So again, that's a good thing, and we hope that that works. Mr. Deputy, under the last F&M administration, the Bahamas saw an introduction of a truly innovative and people's first over-the-hill program. Yeah, I know it's gonna, we did. I know it's gonna get some reaction to that. And under the next F&M, I want to say this slowly, under the next F&M administration, led by our current leader, Michael Pintard, urban renewal will seek to transform the physical and mental space of the vulnerable in these communities. These are what we will do. It will improve the quality of homes, the access to utilities, the infrastructure, the ecosystem, the types of businesses and their impacts in these communities, the recreational spaces and what they offer to the communities. Roadside garage, we know that can work, but it needs to be monitored, and the level of development of vacant lots. It is under an F&M administration, these steps will be taken with the overarching goal to create livable neighborhoods and people-friendly smart business districts. Bahamians deserve communities that are safe, and that's why we support this bill, climate smart, sustainable, orderly, and principally owned and occupied by Bahamians. Under an F&M government, urban renewal will improve human conditions by providing greater protection against food and housing insecurity. Food security is something that I always harp on. We import 90% of what we eat. Why? Backyard, we mentioned backyard farming. But again, yes, backyard and community gardens should be pushed as a part of food security. Social and health conditions by eliminating this thing that we will do. Unsanitary conditions and unregulated development. I don't believe that we should still have any outdoor toilets anywhere in the Bahamas, particularly in the capital. I hope they're all done away with. But these days and time, we should not have, should never have outdoor toilets still in our country. We have to figure out a way, and hopefully this will be a way of alleviating this problem. Inequality by ensuring access to potable water, and again, like I said, inside plumbing. Comfort by ensuring access to adequate space for sleeping, recreation, privacy, and power driven by either renewable energy, fossil fuel, or gas, a hybrid system, and by facilitating policies and programs to reduce criminality. Mr. Deputy, ain't long now, I'm almost there. Our leader and the F&M has a master plan to further transform over the hill. We believe that this should be developed and executed in stage. And he touched on it, and we'll have more of us touching on this to repeat it, to get it in the air of the people. We believe that this will open up wide possibilities for creating employment and ownership in the green, orange, and blue economy. And we know the orange economy is oftentimes neglected. We know this administration has started to transform, as mentioned earlier, the 66 step, and yes, we see this as a step in the right direction, but on a long, long journey. And when I say step in the right direction, no pun intended. Well, what about transforming all of the forts, like Fort Fincastle? We say go street by street, as was mentioned, by Baines and Grantown, which is good. The tower, the multiple staircases leading into Mason's Addition. Let's go ahead and deal with all of those. We say build a state-of-the-art and the multi-purpose Junkanoo shacks, something that we kept saying over and over and over again. Mr. Deputy, there's so much to do, and this government's time is winding down. But we want the Bahamian people to know that their next FNM government is coming with a plan for transformation, not optics. I'll say that again. We're coming with a plan for transformation, not optics, not promises, not PR stunts. Mr. Deputy, we want the Bahamian people to know that any commission or department or ministry engaged in urban renewal will employ persons whose skill sets directly contribute to achieving the objectives. We will lean on urban planners, social scientists, business administrators, public administrators with specialties in public policy health, town planning, civil engineering, and as I said earlier, urban planning. Mr. Deputy, we will ensure that urban renewal is not just consistently duplicating programs that already exist in other ministries, because a lot of times, by duplications, you end up with omissions. We will ensure they will collaborate with and facilitate the expansion of initiatives in other ministries, facilitate and work with them, and truly partners with NGOs, churches, community leaders to do what needs to be done. Mr. Deputy, I do believe the Urban Renewal Authority Bill represents a significant investment in the future of our communities. And that is why we support this bill. And I say it again, that is why we do support this bill, because we see a lot more positives than negative. By establishing a dedicated authority, we can revitalize urban areas, empower residents, and stimulate economic growth. Mr. Deputy, we cannot stress how much public consultation will be needed to ensure that opinions of residents are considered in all urban renewal initiatives. Very important. So that they can truly have a stake in their own futures. Perhaps we need to have a second look at that. They are stakeholders. We should have public consultation. We can work together to support this vital initiative for a brighter future in the Bahamas. And Mr. Deputy, that's all I have to say on that bill, but again, as the Shadow Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, before I close, I want to also add to, I want to say something just lightly on social services before I get to my Shadow Ministry. We all noticed last week in Grand Bahama there was a movie that I believe that was perhaps the most watched movie in the country. And there's indeed a need for these nursing homes. There's certainly a need, and they serve a good purpose. Just need to make sure that we have regulations in place. We have oversight in place. We have not only regulation, but one of the things that we miss when we have regulations is enforcement, to ensure that the most vulnerable in our communities are indeed protected. Families play as much role as you can in the life of the elderly, but we do believe that we need to still find a way to ensure that these nursing homes and children homes, that they are properly supported, they are properly regulated, they are properly monitored, with regular reporting, unscheduled visits to ensure that they carry out indeed the mandate that they are supposed to carry out. That, I believe, is very important in our efforts to protect the most vulnerable in our society. Now, Mr. Deputy, like I said, on a positive note, as the Shadow Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, I want to piggyback and extend what Payne and Grandstand said. We know of the talented Bahamians we have all over the world. And I want to also congratulate my friend and homegirl, JJ, John Carroll Jones, who did not only help the Liberty to win the championship, but she ended up being the most valuable player. And that is indeed commendable. And of course, yes, I'm a Yankee fan. Long before Josh Chisholm came there, I supported the Marlins only because of him. But when he went back to the Yankees, I was like, okay, happy homecoming for me. They're in a little trouble right now, but last night, if you watch, Jazz came around, he had his base hit, and of course the Yankees won 11-4 over the Dodgers. So yeah, we need some of those runs. We could use some of those runs in previous games. But again, I want to congratulate Jazz and JJ, and of course, my other cousin, the amazing Buddy Hield. Now, Buddy Hield, who's now with the Golden State Warriors. Last night he scored 28 points overall and 19 points in the fourth quarter alone to help erase a 20-point deficit to win the game. So to our superstars overseas, JJ, Buddy, Jazz, and many others over there, we want to congratulate and we want to support them as much as we can. So, Mr. Deputy, as I began, I said that the official opposition stands in support of this bill with the notes that, the caution that I would have highlighted. And will say that we are always here to offer bipartisan support and advice, if only the side opposite will listen. Central Grand Bahama, rest.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll be very brief, but I didn't want to interrupt the Honourable Member as he made his contribution. But it appears that there's a thread running through members opposite in their presentation, their communications in respect to the bill, that there is duplication of efforts by government ministries. Let me make it abundantly clear that the bill does not create duplication when you really look at it. First of all, even though there was no legislation, when urban renewal was first created in 2002, the idea was to bring all the services of government into the community to ensure that there was a direct involvement, there was immediate response. So all of the government aids, just relax, let me explain, because I just want to make sure that we understand there's no duplication here. And so in each of those community centers, you had officers from the Department of Social Services, the Ministry of Education, Environmental Health, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and all of the government entities to ensure that as we went into the community, there was a holistic approach to address every problem that we encounter in each home, each abandoned property, each derelict vehicle, et cetera, and all of these issues. Now, the bill does not create duplication. What it means now, you have in these urban renewal centers persons from these different agencies. There will continue to be collaboration. There is a provision in the Act, there is a provision in this bill which allows for the transfer of these persons from these agencies, if they so desire, to go into the urban renewal program. In addition to that, let's just take, for example, the removal of derelict vehicles. Now, the bill says there are certain things that we could do in respect to that, but it does not mean that we will usurp the urban renewal community centers will usurp the authority of the environmental health. That remains their responsibility. We'll work in collaboration with them. And in addition to that, the budget for removal of derelict vehicles remains in the Department of Environmental Health. It remains there. So if we go in a community and we see that there are dangerous vehicles, and as you will see, there are cars who go in these communities, there are derelict vehicles on the children's parks, we are moving those. But we're doing them in collaboration with the Ministry of the Department of Environmental Services. So if we go to a park and we discover there's a car, we want to move that so that it doesn't pose a continuous danger to the children, but it will be working in tandem with the environmental health. So there's no duplication of efforts.
Like that in the bill. If we were to go in, and in reality, it doesn't happen in reality, because what happened, oftentimes we like to hoard information. We had personal experience after Dorian. The Ministry of Works would visit a home, social services would go, the DRA would go, and everybody have their own different files, not sharing the data. And again, duplication of effort. And what happened a lot of times? Omission happened. It's based on experience. So we are saying, if you're going to have those persons in place, not only policy, having the policy enforced, making sure that everything is synchronized. That is where the challenge is going to come in. Making sure it's synchronized. That is going to be the challenge. So oversight is going to be very important. And when the officer comes into the urban renewal center, it's not just a message carrier, it's someone who can make a decision. And someone whose decision will be listened to by their agencies. So again, making sure that all of the efforts are synchronized and collaborated properly, that's the challenge. That's the only thing we're pointing out. So again, if it was spelled out, I know the intention is there. Mandated in the bill, perhaps we need to put it, yeah. But that's my only point. The intention is good. So we just want to caution you based on experience how we can go ahead and we can marry all of the various agencies, make sure that we have a seamless movement. Exactly. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. It is a joy for me to rise once again in this honorable house to lend Southern Shore's support to yet another transformative bill. This bill was not only designed to transform entire communities, but also designed to transform the quality of lives for Bahamians in urban communities. Mr. Deputy, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 is yet another daring step by this PLP administration to ensure that the future of urban development is sustained, impactful, and sustainable, impactful, and beneficial in addressing a number of social ills facing our inner cities communities. Mr. Deputy, urban renewal is the brainchild of former Prime Minister Perry Gladstone Christie. It was launched in 2002 as a pilot project in the then Farm Road constituency. You see, Mr. Deputy, that constituency shows some negative signs that were prevalent in other communities in the Bahamas, such as crime, poor housing conditions, joblessness, homelessness, and other social ills that contributed to crime and anti-social behavior. Mr. Deputy, within just 6 short weeks of its inception, police officers assigned to the Farm Road project visited every household and every business establishment in that community. They collected data and intelligence. On environmental concerns, health issues, housing problems, and criminal activities. Furthermore, Mr. Deputy, the urban renewal team removed hundreds of derelict vehicles, organized the demolition of abandoned buildings, and dismantled streets, drug peddling groups, and arrested a number of prolific offenders. These initiatives resulted in a significant reduction in crime. Mr. Deputy, as a result, you need to stay focused at this time. As a result of the positive impact from this pilot project, similar projects were set up. 8 more in New Providence, 5 were set up in Grand Bahama, and I hope they're using them well, and 1 in Abaco. Within 1 year of this project, and to decrease the impact of youth in violence, the team established computer literacy centers, an award-winning marching band, and a community development association, and the National Urban Renewal Commission. Mr. Deputy, the Urban Renewal Music Master Youth Band went to Washington, D.C. to compete in the annual St. Patrick's Parade. And guess what? They won. Best in the parade. As a result of the success from the marching band, scores of young men and women were privileged to receive scholarships from various universities throughout the United States of America to achieve higher learning. And I am proud to say that my son-in-law is one of those recipients. now working on his doctorate degree. Mr. Deputy, the success continued for the urban renewal team. The team was awarded the Association of the Caribbean Commissioners of Police Motorola Community Policing Award. They also won 2 other community policing awards from International Association of Chiefs of Police. Mr. Deputy, urban renewal have been doing something right, that the world recognized them for their achievement. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. Mr. Deputy, when we look at the impact of urban renewal, it is unequivocally clear that the urban renewal community-based policing program was one of the most ambitious crime prevention programs in the Bahamas. Sadly to say, Mr. Deputy, when the FNM came into power in 2007, the program was downsized. That's better? The police who led the crime-fighting initiatives were pulled out from the urban centers. The award-winning marching band was dismantled, and the relationship between the police and the community was broken. But in 2012, when the PLP was returned to power, Prime Minister Perry Gladstone Christie and Deputy Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis reintroduced urban renewal in a more aggressive form. Urban Renewal 2.0 to combat the spike of criminal activities in our urban communities. The police were brought back into the center. The band was restored. New programs were added to inspire the young and the elderly. School policing was introduced, and the relationship between the police and the community were restored.
How's that going right now?
Mr. Deputy, watch and see. Mr. Deputy, we are here today to ensure that what happened in 2007 do not happen again. And so we seek to establish an urban renewal authority for the entire Bahamas. We are here to empower them to continue to improve the lives of the unfortunate. We are here to empower them to establish more urban renewal centers. We are here to empower them to promote and provide assistance to develop business initiatives. I sound good? Man, you better stop it, yeah? We are here to empower them to provide grants for establishing urban communities, programs, and projects. We are here to empower them to provide loans for minor home repairs. We are here to empower them to assist in alleviating poverty by establishing food-based programs, including facilitating, say focus, man, community, you jealousy, contributing and farming. We are here to empower them to encourage, promote, and provide assistance in developing economic activities and enterprises in the communities. We are here to empower them. We are here to empower them that we all have a better, safer, and thriving community. Mr. Deputy, before I take my seat, I want to thank the Almighty God for giving me the health and the strength to serve the wonderful people of Southern Shores. I want to thank them and the great people of Southern Shores for their unwavering support. For their, say what? For the unwavering support. Well, you been sit on the rock. On the unwavering support and for the opportunity of a lifetime. I want to thank them for their trust and confidence in me. And I promise, as I promise now, as I promised then, that I will be committed to serve them. I want to thank the 71 seniors who came out and enjoyed the island-wide bus tour. And finally, Mr. Deputy, I want to thank my team and the hundreds of constituents who came out this past Saturday to support our Grill Fest. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Southern Shores support this bill. We support this bill because we want a better, safer, and stronger community. We support this bill, Mr. Deputy, because many lives have been transformed through urban renewal program. We support this bill, Mr. Deputy, because it will assist in the reduction of criminal activities. May the right hand of the Almighty God rest upon the people of Southern Shores, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, it is a privilege, an awesome privilege to stand in this place and to represent the good and the special people of East Grand Bahama. Mr. Deputy, you know, this urban renewal bill, which we do support. I think both speakers have indicated that we do support this bill. But while we discuss this bill, we do so with the backdrop of what is not what has happened in 2007 or 2012, but we do so as to what is happening in 2024. Yes, sir. And so we've heard all of the speakers from the government side, and if you listen to what they're saying, I mean, I commend you because you've had your speaking notes and you have been consistent in your speaking notes, in providing us a complete history of what has taken place from every single speaker has sung from that same hymn sheet and have said, acknowledge Mr. Christie, and has spoken about the history of it, the Farm Road Report, and you know, everybody has said all of these things. But Genesis. But we must also. We must also, when we speak about this, we must also do so with the backdrop of what is happening in 2024. Yeah. We must do so with the backdrop. We must do so with the backdrop of what had taken place in August. We must do so what has taken place in August with the two separate murders that has taken place in August. So when we discuss this, we must do so with the backdrop of looking at it from what has taken place with those two murders in August. We must also do so with looking at the backdrop of what had taken place with the gentleman Eddie Miller, who was shot in the front of his, tragically shot in the front of his child at 9 a.m. So we must do so in the backdrop of dealing with those kinds of situations throughout the country. And then we must also, as we discuss this bill, Mr. Deputy, we must also discuss it with the backdrop of those three, unfortunately, those three murders that had recently taken place, I believe, this week. So we must discuss this very soberly. We must discuss this very seriously, but we must discuss it again, as I said, in looking at not just what had taken place in 2007, because quite frankly, I don't know if what people are facing today, whether they are that concerned with what had taken place back in 2007, but they are more concerned with what has taken place right now in 2024. And so that's how I believe we should soberly look at what it is that we are doing here today. Also, Mr. Deputy, I also echo the future plans that the member for Marcos City, the future Prime Minister, has said in terms of what is going to happen under a free national movement government.
Sit on the floor. Get up and say it.
So we do so in terms of looking at what has taken place.
Member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
You seriously going to
You seriously
raise a
questioning the chair?
question? You seriously going to raise that question?
Member?
You questioning the chair? You questioning the chair? You the chair? Yes, sir, Mr. Deputy.
Members,
Mr.
you would
Deputy,
address the chair and not each other. I wouldn't know until he started. This is a point of order, honorable member?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
Mr. Deputy, the member is misleading in his submission. And I would caution the member because of the details of what he has presented so far. There is no connection between a failure of urban renewal and murders that have occurred, especially recently in this country. And the member is connecting the two, or trying to connect the two, and without details, unless he has something that the police has not yet provided in their investigation. I would caution the member to not draw reference to urban renewal or a failure of urban renewal or the program to say that murders in this country are connected to any such failures.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy, I may actually be missing something, but I believe one of the purposes in the bill. One of the purposes in the bill is to deal with crime. That's in the bill, to deal with crime. And murder is one of the most serious crimes in this country. So I'm at a loss of that, Mr. Deputy.
Members?
But that's in the bill. That's in the bill. Also, one of the purposes in the bill is anti-gang. It's in the bill. So, Mr. Deputy, it is completely accurate for us, as we are discussing this urban renewal bill and as we are discussing solutions to crime, to also speak about what is happening in the country in reference to crime. Yes. And that's the point I was making, Mr. Deputy.
You missed your colleague saying that urban renewal have to drive down the murder rate. You missed that. You weren't in the house.
Yeah, he was in there. You missed that. You missed that.
On their feet.
Yeah.
You missed
But
that.
Mr. Deputy, that's again, Mr. Deputy, what is happening throughout our country? It was said by the Prime Minister that it is a tragedy in terms of what is happening, and we agree that it is a tragedy. Mr. Deputy, when you look at the bill itself, assisting in eliminating crime. Well, if that's a purpose of this bill, then how are we not to discuss what is happening in reference to the murders?
You still have to try. All right?
So, Mr. Deputy, again, we support what, and I repeat what the member for Marco City has said, that the future plans for the Free National Movement, the next government of this country, and I support those plans that were articulated by the government, by the member for Marco City. And Mr. Deputy, I also support the remarks, some of the remarks that was made by the member for Carmichael, where the member for Carmichael, and honestly, Mr. Deputy, for one of the first times that we speak about urban renewal, it was a significant acknowledgement that urban renewal is supported by both political parties. And he also commended the member for Kalani in the way upon which the former Free National Movement government conducted itself in reference to urban renewal. For one of the first times that I could recall, a acknowledgement that both sides have significantly progressed urban renewal to the benefit of the Bahamas. And I commend him for doing so. Because it is in essence, it is counterproductive. It is counterproductive for us to continue to go at each other's throats and use urban renewal as one of those points to go at each other's throats. So, Mr. Deputy, also, as I said, we support this bill. But in looking at the bill, there are some points that I wish to point out that I hope will improve the overall progress and intention of what is happening in reference to the bill. The government's plan in the bill to address the pressing issue of home repairs through loans is at best, in my view, misguided. And at worst, it sets up our most vulnerable citizens for further hardship. While the intention to assist homeowners may be well-meaning, and quite frankly, it is necessary, there are serious practical challenges. Has the government truly thought out the high risk of default, particularly given the economic realities of many in urban renewal or urban areas?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Madam Speaker, again, this is Mr. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my apology. Again, this appears to be a threat of members opposite, and I appreciate the fact that there is bipartisan support for this bill. But both the member for East Grand Bahama and the member for Central Grand Bahama has indicated that it's misguided, it's wrong, and it ought not to be done. And I just want to make sure that we fully understand when we talk about loans. Under their administration, they would have appreciated the fact that Hurricane Dorian, when that hit Abaco, that just devastated the whole area. We have, and the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama would know, that a number of persons residing in Abaco, for example, they have duplexes and triplexes in which they live in one. They are in a position, if the duplex or triplexes are repaired, and they are in a very good position, but at the moment, because of the widespread and significant devastation, they cannot rent the entire building. The government policy in urban renewal is not, under no circumstances, to repair duplexes and triplexes. We are in the business of repairing homes. But duplexes, and you would know, the younger generation, everyone is now building duplexes to live in. So we have to shift in urban renewal to facilitate these behemoths. Now, yes, these behemoths may have a good job. Yes, they may be working. Yes, they may be part of the middle class or whatever. But they are in a position in need just as the working class and the lower class in this country. Why should they be denied? The fact of the matter is then, if they're put in a position whereby they're able to repair their duplexes and their triplexes, then it means that we can give them a loan and they are repaired and they're put in a position where they can repay the loan. Why should the government take the people's money and fix those places and don't recover? We don't need to give them a grant. They are coming to us and asking us for a loan. This is the provisions for this. So let's clarify. That's the point to be had here, please. That makes absolute sense.
Again, the bill does not say or does not specify that only duplexes or income-generating properties will be used. Also, Mr. Deputy, there is other government agencies that grants loans for homes and also provides mortgages for homes. So why would you create another entity that will in essence be doing the same thing? The Mortgage Corporation is already set up. It has already provided loans for houses. So all you would need to do is shift from providing loans for houses to providing loans for duplexes, providing loans for repair of those things. Their system is already set up to do so. And the protections are already set up to do so. Because right now, Mr. Deputy, what you are talking about giving a mortgage, because the bill speaks to mortgages. The bill speaks to mortgages. If the bill speaks to granting mortgages, anyone who has gone through the process of a government granting a mortgage to someone and giving them a loan, and the house itself or a property itself is collateral, because that's in essence what you were talking about in reference to a mortgage. That means going through the process of a title search. That also means going through the process of collections. It means going through that formal process.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me apologize again for the disruption. I honestly don't want to disrupt, but I want us to be very clear. This Urban Renewal Authority bill is very powerful and it's very strong, and there has to be support on both sides for obvious reasons. But let me say this. What you find, and to the honorable member for East Grand Bahama, that is not the case. In many of the cases, these are persons who have reached retirement age. They can't go, no commercial bank will give them no mortgage. We know that. I'm saying each case, let me please let me. I'm saying to you on a point of order here, that each case has to turn on its own set of merits. Everything we cannot put in the legislation, so we will leave to the authority to make the policies in tandem with the cabinet of the country. We will put policies in place to protect these things, but it cannot be where we all know that given the widespread devastation that all of us saw down there in Abaco, that we cannot go down there and repair some homes and leave those other persons who have struggled and all of their life earnings are put into these buildings. Well, let me finish. The fact of the matter is the loans are for those persons who cannot go to the bank and get no mortgage, right? And so we will put the policies and procedures in place. This is, as when I did my contribution, I said that this is a work in progress. It's a work in progress, but the reality is that you're dealing with retirees in some instances who cannot go. So don't just simply brush it over as though it's just anything.
Mr. Deputy, I do not mean to be antagonistic or contrary in this, because again, we support this bill. Just making that point clear. But I want us to think this through in terms of if this loan program is for possibly seniors who cannot qualify for a loan through a commercial bank, is this really what we should be doing in terms of granting a loan to a person who cannot qualify for a loan? And also, if you wish to proceed with granting someone a loan who can't qualify for a mortgage, that still can be done through the mortgage corporation. That still can be provided through the mortgage corporation. Because again, your bill says that the authority will hold a mortgage over their property. That's what your bill says. And if that is the case, what I'm saying to you is there is already a system in place for a government to give a mortgage for a loan. That's the point I'm making. It's already there. So all you would need to do is to use, if what you are saying is true, all you would need to do is use the mortgage corporation as a base. Because if you don't, it then means you having to go through the process of doing a title search. It then means you having to get somebody to do a mortgage, to design a mortgage, all of that again. In your bill, because your bill speaks to providing a mortgage as security for the property. That's the point. That's the point that I'm making, Mr. Speaker. Again, what I would like to then understand is how will the authority manage the substantial cost associated with processing loan applications? There are lawyers, title searches, mortgages, conducting inspections, pursuing repayments. All of these things are costs that the authority now is going to have to now get into when there is already a system that does this, which is through the mortgage corporation. They already do this. They actually go through the process of doing mortgages. They go through the process of following up with repayments and those things. They go through the process of working with persons who can and cannot make payments. That's already there. So what I'm saying is if what you are saying in reference to a loan process, then we are saying this urban renewal authority, I believe, is not the right way that you want to provide loans for those persons. Just through our own experience, Mr. Deputy, and if you ask the Mortgage Corporation, if you ask the folks who went through the student loan program, if you ask folks who are with the Bahamas Development Bank, it is a very serious challenge because no government has the political will to go after somebody's house when there is non-payment. No government has that kind of political will to do it on a large scale. One-off, two-off persons in very serious cases, they may do it. But there is very little political will to go after persons' houses for particularly those people who are in these urban renewal areas, in these very challenged areas, for a non-payment of a loan. That's the point, again, that we want to make. Is the loan program truly the right solution when many of the residents are struggling just to make ends meet? Shouldn't our focus be on tackling the root causes of the housing problems like poverty, lack of opportunity, and decades of neglect? This requires as much a broader, more strategic approach in investing in education, job creation, and community development alongside targeted home repair assistance. Mr. Deputy, the bill also, again, is very vague when it comes to details of this loan program. What is the criteria? What is the approval process? Without these specifics, how can we be sure that this program won't be subject to bias, with loans awarded based on favoritism rather than genuine need? My view, Mr. Deputy, is this. A national home repair insurance program would be better and create a proactive, resilient approach to managing things like hurricane damage by pooling resources of our individual contributions and assist in providing small amounts with an established criteria. Payments through, and this again what I believe can happen, payments through an NIB could voluntarily or possibly mandatory if necessary, maybe with an opt-out for private home insurance for those who already have private home insurance, can contribute a small percentage of their salaries towards a fund dedicated to essential home repairs for hurricanes. Here is the reality, Mr. Deputy. Hurricanes are going to come. Hurricanes are going to come and they're going to damage persons' houses. We saw this lived this in Hurricane Dorian, and lived it in a way where you had up to 4,000 persons whose houses were damaged and they didn't have the resources or the insurance to repair their houses. There must be a way upon which we create, and this is something that's going to happen, it's going to continue, it's going to happen again. And we must put in place a particular program that is going to provide folks with the immediate assistance, like a national insurance that is assisted, subsidized by the government. Persons are able to make contributions to it. That again, and we are not talking about a insurance program where you're going to get full value for the repairs. We are not talking about where you're going to get $100,000, $200,000. We may only be talking about a $10,000, a $15,000, a $20,000 payment, which will go to at least assist in repairing a roof, ensuring that your windows are repaired, ensuring that your structure is repaired. That's where I believe the government can assist and can do so in a manageable, sustainable way. And that's, I believe, what we need to look at as a country. Mr. Deputy, also, we must be careful with this bill as in terms of stated objectives, promoting community development, repairing homes, addressing poverty and crime, which already have the responsibility for existing ministries and departments. And again, it goes to the point that we were making in terms of duplication. Now, the point that Minister Bell, member for Carmichael, spoke about, which in essence I agree. We believe that there should be a representative from education, a representative from health, a representative from works within each of the centers. But that, as I understand it, has not happened and is not happening, which means if there is a nurse who is from one of the hospitals or who is from one of the clinics stationed in urban renewal, is there a education officer stationed in one of the centers in urban renewal? Is there a youth officer stationed in one of the centers in urban renewal? If that is the case, then there is a cohesion of both the Ministry of Education and also urban renewal. There is a cohesion of the Ministry of Youth and also urban renewal. As I understand what is happening now, there are new persons or persons who are put into urban renewal and they are given jobs in urban renewal. If what you are saying is you are going to move persons from the ministries and just place them in these centers, then again, that seems to me to accomplish what we needed to accomplish. What we need to accomplish is for there to be integration of the different ministries within the urban renewal centers. And we need to also make sure that there is not duplication of efforts. It should not be where the Ministry of Youth is putting on sports programs, and then urban renewal is also putting on sports programs. It shouldn't be where health is putting on health programs, and then urban renewal is putting on health programs. It should be where these programs are integrated, and these programs are integrated to the benefit of everyone.
Yes, sir.
Also, Mr. Deputy, the bill, I believe, missed an opportunity to adopt successful models that are parts of what is happening in the region. I looked at the Jamaican Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act, and that's what it's called, the Urban Renewal Tax Relief Act. So, for example, it demonstrates a more effective approach to encouraging private sector involvement and funding. This act grants tax relief to approved developers undertaking improvement works within the designated special areas. It permits the issuance of what they call urban renewal bonds, which can further mobilize capital within these projects. Urban renewal bonds, as described in the Jamaican legislation, offer a way to attract investment from individuals and organizations by offering a financial return. These bonds can be purchased by various entities, including corporations, associations, and individuals. Why create a new system when there is already a framework that is proven to attract investment and drive sustainable urban renewal, which already exists? It is a way upon which we can incentivize the private sector to assist and partner in this urban renewal process that we are going through. So it speaks to the same thing that the member for Marco City spoke about in terms of ensuring that it's not just one particular house here or one particular house here, but in an entire urban area which can properly be planned out, and you can then seek investors who can properly then buy these urban renewal bonds and can seek a return from it. Again, it is something that is done, proven to be done. It's something that was in place in Jamaica for years. And it's something I believe we ought to look at in terms of that kind of framework. Mr. Deputy, also, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill, I believe, has not fully considered the National Development Plan. This bill appears to have been drafted without looking at the NDP's comprehensive approach for urban development. The NDP emphasizes community revitalization through multi-sector approach, integrating strategies and entities. And I emphasize that, strategies and entities, where you speak about entities that assist with poverty reduction, education, healthcare, and economic empowerment. Again, it speaks to providing those different sources and providing those different persons from the different ministries and placing them in urban renewal centers. Also, Mr. Deputy, the bill's purpose clause should be amended. And again, if we're speaking about the legislation, the bill's purpose clause should be amended to explicitly state that the Urban Renewal Authority will work in partnership with relevant ministries and agencies to address the multifaceted challenges faced by urban communities. Also, the bill also should be amended to state that the authority could partner with the Ministry of Finance, the Bahamas Development Bank, the Small Business Development Center, to assist in providing microloans and other financial assistance to small businesses and entrepreneurs in urban renewal zones. The bill does not even provide tax incentives for those who receive the grants and the loans for the small home repair program. So the bill itself should speak to, if you get a grant or if you get a loan, then you should also receive a tax incentive so that you don't have to pay VAT on whatever contract or materials that are being used. You should also not have to pay those additional taxes if you are getting a grant or if you are getting a loan.
It doesn't prohibit the government from doing that.
Mr. Deputy, the bill also should require an inclusion of community representatives on the authority's board of directors. If you have a board of directors, it should include a representative from the community on that board. The bill should outline a process for selecting the community members to serve on the board, ensuring that the representation for a diverse segment of community, such as there should be someone who is a resident of the community that you are talking about, someone who owns a business in the community that you are talking about. You should also look at community leaders to also be a part of the board, the decision-making board. There should be community leaders on there and representatives from nonprofit organizations also working in the community. The bill.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
I referred the honorable member to the schedule, talk about the constitution and proceedings of the board. The board of directors of the authority shall comprise the 2 co-chairs, the managing director, the permanent secretary of the ministry responsible for urban renewal, not more than 8 but not less than 5 other persons representing civil society organizations in the Bahamas as appointed by the minister by instrument in writing. These are the persons we're talking about, man.
All right, you agree? No problem. You agree?
You're talking about a different process.
Yeah.
He's talking about you're talking about the minister appointing, which is.
We think I got a point, myself?
Let me complete. Let me complete because I have a couple of other points to make also. Also, Mr. Deputy, before designating a community as an urban renewal zone, the authority should be mandated to hold meetings to inform residents about the program. Also to gather input and about the community's needs. So if the minister is going to designate a particular area as an urban renewal area, it should be mandated in the bill that you hold town meetings in that area to have discussions and get an input from the residents in that particular area. You may do it, but the next minister that comes may decide that I'm going to be able to do it on my own, which is why you should put those things in the bill. Also, Mr. Deputy,
constrain you.
Mr. Deputy, also the public-private partnerships. The bill should mandate that any public-private partnership must follow the 2018 government policy. Investment, also, the bill should also include provisions for developing clear guidelines and incentives for the private sector participation in urban renewal projects. This one, we should not leave to chance. You put in the bill that the Public Financial Management Act should be followed. You put in the bill that the Procurement Act should be followed. So you should also put in the bill that if you are going to have a public-private partnership, that public-private partnership must follow the established government policy. And to date, the established government policy is the one that was established in 2018. Again, Mr. Deputy, offering tax credits or exemptions for businesses that invest in the urban renewal areas, urban renewal zones, that should also be specifically put inside the bill. Also, Mr. Deputy, access to public land. There should be a process upon which that is going to happen, which means how are you going to, is this, and then, we know it's possible, but what is the process upon which a private sector is going to have access to government land when it comes to developing within an urban area? Also, Mr. Deputy, recently, the Davis administration unfortunately got a very low grade in reference to, and the reason why I raised this point with PPPs and why I believe this section should be put in the bill where you are mandated to follow that 2018 policy, or whatever policy you decide, you should be mandated to follow that particular policy. There was something called the Economic Impact Infoscope. It was an IDB report. And the IDB report unfortunately painted a very damning picture of the government's inaction. The Bahamas ranked 17th out of 26 countries in the region with a score of 38.5 out of 100. This was a dismal performance, and it again reflects not just technical shortcomings, but it also reflects the direct consequences of where the government did not follow the policy, because again, it is a report called the Economist Impact Infoscope IDB report. The report confirms what we in the opposition have been saying, that the PLP again has not been following the established government PPP policy and has not implemented most of what is in the policy. The government's actions in this area, which we believe amount to a dereliction of duty, that they have broken their promise to the Bahamian people, again, by squandering a valuable opportunity to drive economic growth, improve infrastructure, and enhance the quality of life for all citizens. So, Mr. Deputy, again, we, on this side, we support the bill. We support the intention upon what the bill seeks to do. But there are some specifics in the bill that we believe should be looked at again, that should be tweaked, that should be changed. We also have put on the record some additional points upon which the Free National Movement's vision and view of what urban renewal can do and ought to be doing, again, to accomplish the purpose upon which we all wanted to accomplish. Mr. Deputy, that's the contribution by East Grand Bahama. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamakura.
see if I can do this without these glasses today.
Member,
Yes, Mr.
honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Just the roster rotation with the leader of government business had 2 members of the opposition speaking now. So Kwesi's one, I'm the second one. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Here to give my contribution on the Urban Renewal Authority Bill. First, I'd like to bring everyone's attention back to what happened on Step Street in Fox Hill. Step Street is the dividing boundary line between Fox Hill and the constituency that I represent, St. Anne's. And so when I heard about it, I was concerned for my constituents. The park there on Step Street on the St. Anne's side regularly has a number of persons playing, old and young, and even some men washing vehicles, earning a keep for their family. The particular site where I saw this incident happen is of importance to what we're discussing today, because that is, in my opinion, a bush mechanic yard. Literally, it is on the verge of the road in the bush. And if authorities had been to that property, I would put money on the likelihood of them having a business license as not being great. What you find, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that in residential communities, businesses are operating without proper license, without proper oversight. As you enter Step Street from Adderley Street, that's the road that comes off Burnett Road, connects with Johnson Road, connects with Step Street. That's where Minister Mitchell and myself would enter Step Street from the western side. And after you enter, you drive for about 30 seconds and you come across a massive car lot operation that spans from the northern side of Step Street and goes across regularly onto the southern side of Step Street. Sometimes it's very difficult even to get through there because there's more than one individual working on a vehicle. The vehicles seem to come and go. Urban Renewal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has a location in Fox Hill, and I would be happy to participate with them for the benefit of my constituents in the Step Street and Johnson Road area. But it's something that has been raised in the past. It's even been raised on Shivargo Lang's radio show. The 2 car lots, one is on Adderley Street, which is entirely Fox Hill, and one overlaps St. Anne's and Fox Hill on Step Street. If we can improve our communities, as the member for Marco City, leader of the Free National Movement, suggested be done, then I can foresee what the government is doing here today in ensuring the continuation of the Urban Renewal Authority for years to come, likely decades to come. I can see that it can have an even greater impact than it presently has now. As it is now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have the wonderful band, which I went outside of the building while they were playing this morning. We have a lot of home repair work being done. But outside of the shingles, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the band, there is much greater opportunity for urban renewal to really be what all Bahamians would want to invest in it. I told myself yesterday, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I'm probably not going to have a lot of money for the next campaign, but so long as, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I fly this Bahamian flag, I think that's exactly what every Bahamian needs to know and see, is that there are individuals, upright, honest individuals, that want to take the country forward. That's what brought us to independence, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That was one of the greatest times in the history of our country. And when we enter the next 50 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to depend on the patriotism of each Bahamian, not only in my constituency, but in all of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, for them to put party aside and make the choice on who they find and feel to be the best candidate. The honest candidate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the one that has the country at heart, the one that has the plan for the next 50 years of our great Commonwealth. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've been listening to the comments from members of the opposition side as well as comments from members of the government side today, and the good acting leader of government business is entering the Honorable House now, and she's been given a lot of credit. She's been given a lot of credit because the papers are reporting that the unemployment rate is down 1.2%. Not just her administration. So it was a group effort to bring the unemployment rate down from 1.2%. Now, if you look at it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what you find is that that 1.2% is the position based on the end of the second quarter of 2024 and the end of the year of 2023. Yet when you look at the end of the second quarter of 2023, the unemployment rate at that time was 8.8%. And when you look at the end of the second quarter of 2024, the unemployment rate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is 8.7%. Yet the public is being told it's down 1.2%, 8.8% to 8.8 to 8.7%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Okay, so that is, yeah, you guys, you did take it up. So all of 2023, they took it up. They took it up, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They took it up in 2023 from 8.8% after the second quarter of 2023 to the end of 2024. It went up to 9.9%. They're not here bragging about how the unemployment rate went up. And let me tell you what else they're not bragging about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They are not bragging about the unforgotten Bahamians, the 10,000 or more unforgotten Bahamians, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that were added to the discouraged list. That is the list of Bahamians that have no job, that have tried to find a job, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They're the unforgotten souls who, in this Honorable House today, we're bouncing around beach balls and we're patting each other on the back because some statistician has said, if you look at the numbers a certain way, we're down 1.2%. But the discouraged unemployment rate.
Member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy. I want to clarify because, first of all, we don't want to downplay the work of the statisticians at the Bahamas National Statistics Institute. But discouraged workers is not those that are unemployed. Discouraged workers are workers who have taken jobs or opportunities that don't necessarily fall into their purview of their skills, but they've taken jobs so that they are employed, but not necessarily jobs that they want, and that is why we speak about employability. That is why we speak about upskilling and training and education, so that we can move citizens into careers based on their skill sets.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, member for Golden Gates. So the definition from the Bahamas National Statistic Institute of discouraged workers are a category. This category represents persons without work. I'm sure what I think I heard Golden Gates say just now was that they have jobs, but they just don't like the jobs. I'm referring now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because I had to be asked to give the definition from the Bahamas National Statistic Institute. I'm being asked to give the actual definition from the statistician.
Point of order, Mr. Deputy. Discouraged workers does not only include workers that are unemployed. I stand by my statement because I too have had conversations with the statisticians to qualify what discouraged workers are so that we can understand what we need to do to remedy the situation.
Thank you, honorable member.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can see why this can be confusing. because the people that we should trust, we're being told now by Golden Gates that what they say can't really be trusted.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
That is not what I said. And the member for St. Anne's have to stop trying to mislead the public, because the public can also access this information by contacting the Bahamas National Statistical Institute. The discouraged workers are those, as he stated, unemployed, but also workers. And I'm repeating this, but I mean, this doesn't make sense to say the same thing over and over unless he doesn't understand. Also workers who are employed, but in a state where they aren't employed in the area of their skill set. Technically, yes, but they took the jobs because they need to be able to provide, and this is mostly males. That is the definition that I was given as the minister when I consulted to inquire what we could do to drive those numbers down.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So again, when you rely on the definitions provided by persons with the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, what they say about discouraged workers is that that is a category that represents persons without work who are available for work, yet they are not actively seeking work because they are not hopeful about the prospects of finding work. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is why I was saying that these people are the forgotten Bahamians. They've had such a rough time that they've given up on ever finding employment. Now that's just a fact. Now another detail, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about this, which is why I brought it up, is because when you compare May of 2023 to May of 2024, unemployment in May of 2023 was 8.8%. Unemployment in May of 2024 is 8.7%. Just down, not even by an entire percent, just 0.1%, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You also have, from May of 2023, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a discouraged number of Bahamians that make up a part of the labor force, totaling 2,035. So in May of 2023, the number of persons that had basically given up was 2,035. Yet in 2024, May, the number of discouraged workers at the end of the second quarter of 2024 was 12,940 workers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's an increase of more than 10,000 persons, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's an increase of 10,905 persons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that have been forgotten by this administration that bounces beach balls in this honorable House while the young men die on the verges of Fox Hill. This is an important time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if you think what I'm saying is not right, is not proper, then change the status of our country. Allow me to be a bit more satisfied with the way you are going. If not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's my duty to stand up here and give an alternative point of view from the PLP mantra, from the PLP talking points. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what you also have to pay attention to is that 1.2%, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from 2024, really from end of 2024. That is also in line with a decrease in the labor force of 1.6%. So even if you wanted to not listen to me when I say that the true mark of unemployment status now has gone from 8.8 last year to 8.7 this year, and you want to say, well, we should be happy because it's down 1.2%, you also have to factor in that the entire labor force is down 1.6%. That's greater than 1.2%. You didn't hear of the initiatives You didn't hear of the initiatives that they've carried out that have resulted in more jobs. You didn't hear of what is going to happen. You have heard some indication of what we will do, but it's not impacted the overall numbers, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
The document that I laid earlier this morning after I read it clearly delineated the initiatives that the Bahamas Department of Labor and the Davis administration has engaged in order to improve our employment statistics. I don't want to take up time because the document was laid and was read this morning. So all I will say is that St. Anne's is erroneous in his statement that he just made, because the initiatives were clearly laid out in the document that we tabled this morning.
Those are the initiatives, Mr. Deputy Speaker. St. Anne's listens. Those are the initiatives, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they're going to do to try and address the alarming number of discouraged workers. You're not doing that to try to get discouraged workers employed with the trade skill that'll put them in jobs? No, sir, that's what you just said.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
First, I'll start by reading what I said earlier. Thousands of people have been linked with employers through our Labor on the Blocks job fairs, Labor on the Campus job fairs, of which they were linked with better jobs, and some were even looking for second jobs. That is one of the initiatives. Mr. Deputy, we also have, for the discouraged workers, as I mentioned in this contribution as well, the National Apprenticeship Program that is onboarding, the National Youth Guard. I spoke to BTVI, the initiatives at NTA and the University of the Bahamas, as well as a meeting I had recently at the Department of Labor with the Charlotte Thompson Knowles Scholarship Agency, where we met with universities from across the United States and Canada who are looking to design programs and accredited courses to ensure the employability of our citizens. I hope that clarifies it, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member.
So, Mr. Deputy, the national training program is going to be onboarding. Just giving that a moment to marinate. The national training program is going to be onboarding, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The gate to the national training program should have remained open this entire administration. Without the national training program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you have an increase of 10,000 more people plus over last year that have not had the opportunity to improve their skills, that have not had the opportunity to be prepared and placed in positions of employment. Now, national training program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, prepares persons for existing jobs. What has this administration done besides getting ready to open the doors for the national training program again? What have they done to create more jobs in the country so that those 10,000 forgotten individuals will have a greater chance, not only after they've improved their skills, of actually finding employment? The Minister of Labor could have actually said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Labor could have actually said how many persons are waiting, how many persons are looking for employees from the Department of Labor. What is the list? He could have...
Point of order. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
The member for St. Anne's point is noted, so I will give some statistics. The Department of Labor has over 200 jobs listed. Just this week, we scheduled interviews for about 30 people. Of that 30 people who agreed to attend interviews, 7 people showed up. We have the National Training Agency, where training is offered, a wide range of training. We have a number of people that sign up, but we have a small number that engages in the course. So the opportunities are available, Mr. Deputy, but we have to encourage our constituents from St. Anne's to Golden Gates to sign up and become employable to be able to engage the jobs that are available.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So just briefly to come on that, 200 jobs are available. 30 people signed up showing interest. 7 showed up for the interviews. Where's the detail on why the other 23 didn't show up? Is there no phones at the Department of Labor to say, we were expecting you today, you didn't come? Or even get to them ahead of time and say, is it because you need a ride? Is it because you need assistance with somebody to watch your children? We can't just sit back, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over last year, that's 10,000 persons that left the unemployment line and jumped on this PLP hopeless line, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, if you would listen to this administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you would listen to this administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would not know any of the history laid out by the honorable member for Marco City today that included activities of the late Sir Lyndon Pinling, that included activities of the late Hubert Alexander Ingram around this initiative, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to bring it to where it is today. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would have also heard them come up with every kind of way to tell a lie without being factually caught in saying a lie. So you heard what was said today. We heard dismantle. We heard the word dismantle. Stop, cancel, dismantle. Stop, cancel, dismantle. And then Bain and Grantstown said, stop, cancel, abandon. Stop, cancel, abandon.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakura.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just a point of order. The member, when he goes down this road, he continue, and it's a free fall. So I would ask for the member's words to be withdrawn, or for you to expunge from the record that there were lies being told by the side, and the other imputations that he is improper, the improper imputations he is making, as per the rules, Mr. Deputy. It's very
Honorable
unparliamentary.
member, you want to withdraw?
I don't know what he's talking about, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you know, you can withdraw it. But I said this administration has done everything it could
We'll have them expunged from the record.
to get everywhere to pin the facts down without lying, without telling a lie, without. You all know what that means? That means you're not lying. You be honorable. You be honorable. So this administration would have the public believe that when the F&M came in, and the good member for Carmichael changed the description of it in his contribution today. But prior to that, and even listening to some of the other members here, they would have you believe that the F&M came in and canceled urban renewal. That's the talk. You know, not only did they birth it, but we canceled it and we put it out of existence. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, on May 23rd of 2021, after a fire affected 10 families on Genie Street in the Engliston constituency, myself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, okay, so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, myself, along with members of the Rotary Club that I was president of at the time, attended the Engliston Urban Renewal Center, and we made donations of food items, of reading material for the children, water, hygiene items. That was on May 20th of 2021. That was before elections, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, this is the photograph. This is the photograph. This is on the Facebook page of the Rotary Club of East Nassau. If urban renewal was closed, what am I doing there? You all may have not gone to the urban renewal centers during the last administration. I don't know if all of you all have gone to any urban renewal centers during this administration, except for those directly involved in the ministry. But urban renewal centers and urban renewal was not closed down. It was not abandoned. It was not dismantled under the last F&M. Good old MP White was right there. That's a fact. That's a fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This administration would spin a story, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that would have you believe they are the only individuals in this Commonwealth. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was something said by Carmichael in his contribution today that told me if they could, it would only be PLP, and it would be PLP all the way. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said at the beginning, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to be campaigning in the next election on the pride of every Bahamian resident in their Bahamian flag. This is not a PLP flag. This is not an F&M flag. This is the flag that represents you. It represents your spouse. It represents your children for the next 50 years. You have to sit back and you have to listen to the contributions of the leaders from each side and decide which party is going to represent the direction you want your nation to go in the next 50 years. My pockets won't be fat with cash. I don't know them boys, Mr. Deputy Speaker. All I'll have is my Bahamian flag. Because from this day to the next 60 days of my life, I will be 105, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to be Bahamian all the way, and I know we will see greater days once this administration is removed from power. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Who's next?
Yeah, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am always amused and very, very inspired hearing the spirited views of those opposite. And clearly, there's something in the air over there for them. I know what it is. But somehow, we too will probably catch that air they're breathing. So, anyhow, we hear their predictions and all of that, but you know, at the end of the day, the Bahamian people will say and speak to us. And speak to us. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, the good people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador always inspires me. I have the good fortune, hopefully tomorrow, God willing, I'll be sharing some time with them tomorrow. Haven't seen them for a while, so it'll be a happy reunion between us. But big changes are underway in my constituency, as they are, you know, nationwide, not just in my constituency, nationwide. Huh? Except where? Yeah. Yeah, nationwide. You all know what's happening in Grand Bahama. I just wish I could get you. I just need you all to be on my side, man. I will get it done. You all know what's going on. I know you're working with me. Central Grand Bahama, you see and understand, but you live in Grand Bahama. You're from there, born and bred, so you appreciate what I'm doing for Grand Bahama. And now you have some driftwoods, you know. You know what it's called? You know, I'm an island boy. You know? So we island people know when we say driftwood come around, and they want to plant us who have been there. So I know where your heart is and where mine is. And don't allow them to change your course and what you know that is best for the Grand Bahamian people. You know, as I said, big changes are coming. And the Bahamians know the years ahead will be filled with new opportunities. And the Bahamians are partnering with us, you know. We're not doing this alone. And the history will be told soon as to where we are today and how we got here. And I hope, the IMF will be in town soon, And I hope that you all will listen to them and speak to them. When they spoke to Marco City, when they here last, and I keep asking for him to tell the Bahamian people what they're thinking about where we are and how things are. But he ain't gonna say nothing. Now why, Kalani, why you think he ain't say nothing? ain't like good news. Eh? He ain't gonna talk good news. So we are confident about the years we have. And as I said, we're doing it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the Bahamian people, we are partnering with them. They're working with us, right? And they are, we hear them talking about the discouraged workers, and we understand what that means. But at the end of the day, right, we have done a lot. We've done a lot of good things, but we are not taking it for granted. We are accepting that there's much more to be done. That's why we are sure, and we are filled with the optimism of the new opportunities that's ahead. We are building hospitals, building airports and terminals, and entering into solar plants. Electricity bill is going down. Will continue to go down. No, you're high. No, that and it's going down for the people who need it. Yeah, but it's still lower than what you're paying. See, it's still low. That's you should pay higher than the fellow on East Street. Right? Look at it. And so, and when we do that, what will happen? When I bring it down to 2017, 18, you'll say something about it? 2018. Yeah, you'll say something about it. Okay. We'll look at his bill next week. Show it to him. Yeah. And let's see what he can say.
Look at 2018. He can show you.
Okay.
Got the record.
We are building programs. We are building programs that lift people up through national service, through training and apprenticeships, through sports and scholarships, and giving new opportunities. Together, I mean, the Bahamian people and this government, we are building a country that honors the dignity and the God-given potential of every Bahamian. That is precisely why I stand today in this honorable house in support of the Urban Renewal Authority Bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you're in the business of changing lives, you're always seeking new opportunities. So before I speak to the ways in which urban renewal changes lives, I'd like to briefly update the House and the public on one or two aspects of the productive 2024 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa last week, where I met the new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer, with his Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable David Lammy, with President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, and with many other distinguished fellow heads. And I must say, former Prime Minister, your colleagues say I must extend good wishes to you. They apparently they've been following what's going on with you. And I say I don't get in your business. So I mean, your business over there. I say, they want me to tell them what you're doing. I say, well, and they're saying some things. I say, well, I said he got to be able to handle himself. But I'm not going to get in their business. My emphasis at international meetings is always building and strengthening the partnerships and collaborations which can provide new opportunities and resources for Bahamians. So, for example, at the Commonwealth Heads, we had the Commonwealth Business Forum Roundtable of island nation leaders, where we focus on reducing trade barriers, to promoting our homegrown entrepreneurs and business owners. And as always, we work to strengthen our alliance to combat climate change, which is, of course, an economic issue, as well as a threat to safety and security. Now, I was pleased to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that about 13 entrepreneurs and business leaders from the Bahamas Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation, led by Dr. Leo Roll, were in attendance and were able to network and promote Bahamian businesses and the Bahamas and to forge relationships and partnerships. I was so happy to see that because they were able to see their Prime Minister in a setting that a lot of people sometimes want to criticize me about. And they could understand, so I trust that they were able to speak to some of the necessities of why we are doing what we're doing on the world stage. And they were there. I was happy. And I think it's Dr. Leo Roll, who's now the, he's the president or whatever, chairman of the Chamber of Commerce and Employers Confederation. And they were at home. When I say at home, they were engaged. And they were confident in discussing and interacting with leaders from around the world and businesses, in particular in the Commonwealth. And no doubt inspired by the presence of our delegation was there as well. And so another aspect to this was my distinct pleasure to attend the launch of the King's new Commonwealth Fellowship Program, which will provide fellowships for upskilling and training in climate resilience and undergraduate studies in education, healthcare, and engineering, as well as PhD fellowships, which will benefit not only the Bahamians who directly participate, but our entire country, as we will benefit from the expertise as part of it. And I was pleased to see, and perhaps that's why I was singularly invited to the launch, that the King acknowledged that this initiative that he started was inspired by a conversation that he and I had at his inauguration, right, during our luncheon conversation. And it was an aspect of discussions around reparations and what that could look like. And we raised the issue of scholarships. In areas, of course, he has a keen interest in climate change. In fact, he's one of the first amongst the world leaders. He wasn't a world leader then, there's a prince who was ringing the bell of alarm about the changing climate from the late 60s. And so he created these fellowships. And so Bahamians, and in fact, we've been talking about this from I came back from the inauguration. We've already had several Bahamians who've gotten scholarships, scholarshiping programs. That's out in England now. Some have graduated already, some are just going again. But now he's widening it to undergraduate programs, and it's available. In fact, he will provide scholarships at the University of the Bahamas for Commonwealth students to be able to attend. And any Bahamian who wish to attend any other Commonwealth university, he'll provide scholarships for that as well. And that was, as I said, that was a singular honor for me to participate in that. When it comes to the Bahamas and Bahamians, I am what I call an incurable optimist, because our people are graced with an almost limitless supply of talent and determination. So I know that when we build new opportunities, Bahamians will step up and seize them and achieve things which exceed even our wildest hopes and our dreams. The next generation of Bahamian athletes, innovators, educators, surgeons, astronauts, entrepreneurs, World Series baseball players, is growing up right now here in the Bahamas. And we don't want any of them to have their path derailed by hardship or circumstances. We want every one of our children to flourish. That has always been the impetus behind urban renewal. And yes, initiated in the first Christie administration. Let us give him his due, his credit. You also, it's a talking point. Well, whatever you call it, give Jack his due. And that's what he says. Now, we know strong, safe communities are essential for our children, for all of our citizens. As weapons and drugs have flowed over our borders and into our communities, crime and criminality have proved stubborn foes. But difficult is not the same thing as impossible. We know progress is possible. We know that we can turn the tide, which is why we have policies to address poverty, feed our children, to keep them in school, and provide opportunities for all sizes and shapes. And it's why we have policies to interdict illegal weapons flows, to clear out gang activities, to clear the backlog of criminal cases in our courts, and to build safer communities. As you may know, we recently launched our Clear Whole Bill strategy, an initiative of the Gang and Crime Justice Task Force that is co-chaired by the members for Freetown, Honorable Wayne Monroe, and the Minister of National Security, our Minister of Education, Glenys Hannah Martin. And as you know, it's a three-phase approach. We clear an area of criminal elements and of what we call infrastructure within a community that lends to criminal activity, like overgrown lots, abandoned homes, derelict vehicles. So we clear all those out. And then having cleaned it out, we'll then hold the area by establishing a strong presence, similar to what we call saturation patrol. And of course, working with the community. This is not just the police and the various government agencies. We are working with the communities. And then we're going to build in these communities by making long-term investments in development and social services and economic activities and opportunities. It's at play right now. I invite you, particularly the opposition. We are now in Engliston. And they finished a complete area. And guess what? What is being uncovered in these areas has to shock our sensibilities to see what's going on in our society today at this time. But it's working. And there was a town hall meeting held last night where they had the clear, where the clear aspect of the program has in that area has been completed. Going into the whole program and then the bill, and we're talking with the community, persons living in that community to determine now how next week, how would you like for us to go forward, recognizing what the objective is. That is to uplift the persons in that community, bring that sense of togetherness and a sense of community, and I might say restore what I call that spirit of brotherhood, brotherly love, and doing unto others what we like them to do to us. And that's what's happening, and it's working. So I was pleased to get the outcome of that first town hall meeting, and there'll be another one. and Chair, you might want to invite them to come to see it. And guess what? It's in Engliston. They left you out, they talk about their program, but they leave you out.
Yeah, you are, yeah. I'll go there.
And then when you get to the bill phase, that's when we have an obvious synergy with urban renewal, where urban renewal can have a particular and significant role in its build stage. We build stronger communities from the ground up. The best changes are always powered by the people, and we have to continue to recognize that. Of course, as you've heard me say before, there is no replacement for parents and grandparents who create the loving, safe homes. And we need strong men in our communities, willing to stand up as role models and mentors, and offer the power of their example along with guidance. I see more and more Bahamians answering the call, recognizing that the tragedy of crime is all of ours to solve, and to solve it together. The importance of urban renewal is that it can focus support for community building, providing a safe hub for engagement, outreach, and social support. It has always been such a good idea to make some community building resources, to ensure that some community building resources are placed directly in our communities. Who could oppose such an initiative, one so clearly necessary, one so worthy of universal support? Only those more interested in politics than progress. Urban renewal was attacked from the outset, then later terribly neglected, a near casualty of the stop, review, cancel politics of what I call obstruction and destruction. Tragically, some people seem to care more that the program fail than our children succeed. But good ideas have a good way of sticking around. Urban renewal is going strong, a cornerstone in many of our communities, a testament to the strength of the original vision, and to the many Bahamians who have contributed to the program's success, not least of whom are all the young Bahamians who take advantage of the lifelines and the opportunities and show us the glory of who they can be when given a chance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are poised to strengthen and improve urban renewal further. The new Urban Renewal Authority established by this bill will support the formation of community programs. The bill identifies boys and girls clubs, bands, homework assistants, choirs, sports clubs, diploma programs, computer literacy, financial literacy as well, and IT classes, parenting programs, teenage health programs, anti-gang initiatives, clubs for the elderly, and programs to support people with disabilities, among other things. That they may be part, all of them may be part of the urban renewal going forward. Many of these programs already exist in some form or fashion in our communities, with our urban renewal centers acting as a hub. In fact, that is an important strength of our approach to urban renewal. Rather than take a generic, one-size-fits-all approach, urban renewal is designed to have the flexibility to meet the needs of individual communities. So, for example, music and marching bands are at the beating heart of some urban renewal centers. Others it may be sports or technology focus. And some can be homework assistants. Others could be just parenting, exercise, and teaching. So the officers and staff of urban renewal often assist these organizations to ensure that they host, with the hosting of community engagements, assist them in recruitment and and give other forms of support that they may require. This bill outlines the standards under which assistance can be granted to those who want to start programs and projects in urban communities. Urban renewal will now be even better equipped to have an impact, to expedite assistance when it is urgently needed. The board can also make a grant to a home or building owner in need of repairs. This ensures that in exceptional circumstances, repairs can be done and done as quickly as possible. Now, I heard the issue of the granting of a mortgage and how perhaps the language is not as specific as others would like. But as the member from Carmichael's indicated, policies will evolve when the act gets into place that could address a lot of these questions that you have, because sometimes you'll make a law, and when it looks good on paper, we discuss it properly, but as you try to apply it, you recognize that it has to be tempered with or tweaked with, and we can do it through policy and regulations. And so that is so you take the point on the mortgage, but it's not as damning or as fatal as appears to have been presented by East Grand Bahama. So, and in this case, there are now enhanced standards of accountability for the use of funds that goes into the fund of urban renewal. There'll be regular inspections and record keeping. Contractors for home repairs must meet outlined standards to provide quality assurance for the work they'll be doing. There'll be a uniform, objective standard by which grants, loans, and contracts may be awarded. Strict standards will apply to funding. The two primary sources of funding will be the budgeted amount allocated to the authority by Parliament and funds given to the authority by donors. The authority will be required to meet the reporting, auditing, and procurement standards applicable to other government agencies, and will have the power to borrow and invest to meet urban renewal needs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, urban renewal is important to Bahamians, and as our ambitions for the role it can play grow, we know how important it is to ensure the program retains the trust and high regard of the communities and people whom it serves. I've had countless conversations with Bahamians who have participated in one way or another in urban renewal. It is always very moving to hear the difference that participation in a band, or a dance club, or sports team, or after-school tutoring can make during a pivotal time in one's life, when the decisions one makes start to have what I call real consequences. And it's not only the participants whose lives are changed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's the volunteers, the sports coaches, the band leaders, the teachers who are giving assistance. We all benefit when we come together to impart and to learn. So, if you believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the power of community, if you believe in the spirit, courage, talent, and resolve of our people, you believe in urban renewal.
Yes, sir. Yes. You don't believe Ira?
I pray, Deputy Speaker, that God continues to nurture in us our most audacious hopes and dreams for our people. We pray for his continued blessings for all of our children and for our nation as a whole. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Just a quick question to the member for Cat Island. We talk about the loans, we talk about contractors, we talk about accountability. Under Section 19, that speaks to the duty to furnish the board with contractors' all-risk insurance. The language says the contractor may be required to provide all risk. Why is it may and not shall? why is it may and not shall be? I'm not a
think-
lawyer, I just want to know the
Yeah.
difference in
Well, it depends. It depends on the nature of the work to be executed. And as an architect, you know, there might be a work that might be $2,000-3,000. It depends on the value of the work and the nature of the work. And again, a policies will be developed to determine when it will be shall. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Angleton.
Thank you. I was a bit caught by surprise there. I thank you, Mr. Deputy. I won't be long, and I thank our colleagues for allowing the adjustments, for allowing me to say a few words, and to say that I am very proud to rise on behalf of the good people of Angleton, in particular to support this legislation, which I believe brings an appropriate focus to communities such as Angleton, where it requires the sharing, proportionate sharing of national resources in these communities to address many of the concerns that exist in those communities. And it is my hope and prayer that this legislation will be transformational in its impact in communities such as Angleton. You would have heard, and I think it's been said that we are speaking from some kind of script or talking points. But the Angleton urban renewal really was in its heyday, and it was Perry Christie, who was sitting in here this morning in the gallery. It was really his brainchild. But Angleton, I think, was the prototype, which was a very successful and impact urban renewal. In fact, it won international awards for its community policing. And they also created what they called district constables, which were members from the community who were enlisted in this project. And you know, it was so successful and tapped into community at its strongest foundational place. And the disruption of that, because what they found, and we spoke about Dr. Desiree Cox, they measured crime in those communities, including Angleton, and it was clearly defined or delineated that the occurrence of crime was drastically, not marginally, drastically reduced in the community of Angleton. And of course, the former administration, or the succeeding administration, which would have been the Ingram administration, I'm not sure how they saw it, but they stopped it. And what was interesting is after the Progressive Liberal Party lost the election, we hosted, as an opposition organization, right in the aftermath of defeat, a town hall meeting, which we called the Voices of Urban Renewal. I happen to be one of the organizers of it. And we were able, in defeat, in the aftermath of an election, when everyone usually is a little, touchy about how you affiliate, particularly with an outgoing government, we were able to attract a nun, a priest, members of the community, a woman who voted in my constituency at that time and did not support me, who came out. And they spoke so strongly about the impact of this program. It was amazing. It had a momentum, it was impactful, and it was stopped. And the sad part about that is when you stop momentum like that, it's very difficult to recover it. And this, even to this day, we've not done it. We've not been able to recover. And in fact, it was replaced with something called livable communities or something like that. And it was a very anemic follow-up to a very strong program, which in particular was impacting young people. In the music program, I remember stopping a boy in Engliston, Charles Vincent Street, on his bicycle. And I said, what is your GPA? And he said it was 2.4 or something like that. I said, what was it before you were in the band? And it was like 1 point something. And there was a correlation between engagement in the band and GPA in music. And this is science-based. The band is more than just, keeping children busy. There is scientific connectivity to performance, to building morale, and for scholarship opportunities, as you would have heard. And many got scholarship opportunities. And at this town hall meeting we held in opposition right after we lost the elections, we had young people talking about their experience of feeling a sense of empowerment. Children who ain't had nothing much, a sense of empowerment through this program and through the opportunity. They traveled. They were in Canada performing and all over. And so it was a recognition and a validation of the children and the community. This is what urban renewal is about, because the way in which our economies are structured, we seem to have been comfortable coexisting with conditions and circumstances which we should all be, I would say, embarrassed about or concerned about as conscientious, conscious leaders in a nation, where we know conditions of housing people are living in, when we know people are struggling, when we know communities are deteriorated. This is what urban renewal is about. It's about regeneration. And this bill is about acknowledging the validity of communities, such as that, as those, and for ensuring that resources, taxpayers' dollars, because they're taxpayers too in those communities, that they get their fair share of what is happening in this economy. And I happened to be listening in my car on the way to another Ministry of Education event, and I heard the member from Marco City. And I think the member from Nassau Village said he was like stunned because he can't believe it, man. You were just there. But, just this litany of observations and criticisms and this and that and the next thing, but you were there all that time. You saw the policies which favored the most wealthy in this country. You saw an alleged over-the-hill initiative that marginalized communities, I say for political reasons, like Engliston, which was not included. And then you come in here and you're this articulate expert on urban renewal, so you live in all these communities, but you were around the cabinet table. Trust me, when I around the cabinet table and the rest of us, you're gonna know how I feel. You're gonna know. So, obviously, I don't know, either no one was listening or you wasn't saying nothing. I don't know. But this legislation is important, and it's dear to my heart, because at the core of this is the issue of poverty. Yes. And this is something that I am feeling very compelled about now, in a very acute way. We have to address issues of poverty in this country, because we know the struggle is beyond real for so many people, and it becomes really disturbing when it impacts children, And this is what happens in these types of conditions. So the focus that says, what this legislation is saying, that we are going to use public resources, we're going to use public agencies, we're going to have partnerships with private sector, that's going to happen. But we are saying deliberately and purposefully that resources will go into these communities and to the benefit of this area, this category of citizen, which is the most vulnerable. Then this legislation is something that we should support. I mean, I understand the little analysis about this, that, and the next thing, but in principle, and that's what we should be hearing in this parliament, the principle that we are advancing in this parliament in this legislation. And so, and on the issues of poverty, and none of us should get comfortable with it. And to see it, we see people, I saw a man today sleeping on the sidewalk with his toe sticking out of a pair of shoes. And, you know, the Mental Health Act has just been passed. But, you know, these things, I think to a large extent, as a community, as a Bahamian community, we have become very individualistic. Very individualistic. That never used to be what we were and who we are. But maybe it's complicated. You know, we had the pandemic and, you know, and the isolation and the whatever. Also, I think politics is very polarizing in a communal way. But we look at issues such as housing, the state of housing. I've been advocating for a long time for an amendment to the Rent Control Act, which mandates minimal conditions for housing that are out being rented, so that we do not allow people to be collecting rents from substandard housing. Slumlords. We look at our decaying streets, people out of work, the state of our public spaces. And so the Prime Minister would have spoken to this program that is dealing with the issue of crime. We've heard about the concerns in this Parliament from opposition members about the state of crime. I have always said crime has been a stubborn, continuous disease in this nation. The numbers fluctuate, a little higher here, a little lower there, stubborn and sustained. And so I really do not see or believe how any member in this Parliament, from a political point of view, I don't see where they have the credibility on it, because they were just the government, and we were locked down and still having high murder rates. You couldn't get out. We had to be at a, what they call it, curfew, and people were still killing. You know, and what we're seeing also, we most recently saw something that sounds like a domestic thing. What we are seeing in this country is more complicated than we are seeking to suggest to the Bahamian public. And so this approach that the Prime Minister spoke about, which talks about clear, hold, and build, this is an approach that looks at crime in a very holistic way. It's not just going out there, saturation patrol, arresting people, or whatever it is. It's much more complex. That's a part of it. But it looks at more deeply at issues, social and economic issues that impact certain communities, mindsets, etc. And as he would have indicated, it's launched in Engliston. I'm grateful, because on the over-the-hill thing, Engliston was excluded. And you know, I couldn't get one roof repaired under the urban renewal. They did have an urban renewal, but it was very selective, and it wasn't friendly to me. I don't know, I was a member of Parliament. Yeah, it wasn't friendly. I don't know what it was, not friendly. Okay, but I'm glad, I am grateful it started in Engliston. They're only going to be in there a couple of weeks with this, and then we hope a momentum will come and we'll keep moving. They'll go into other communities. But what they have been doing is, for the last week plus, going in, I heard the member from Marco City saying, oh, it's the same old script, it's 7-7. But what they've been doing, they've been clearing lots, including an area where people have been coming from the highway, from Montel Heights, into the community to commit nefarious activities, and then to exit quickly. That's come down. They've taken down lots in several areas. They've moved derelict vehicles, which keep rodents and sometimes firearms, drugs. They're looking. They have not brought down any buildings, but they're looking at that. But what we did in Engliston is that once the lots came down, we purchased trees, and I got plenty, citrus trees, which were planted, and I called them today saying, make sure water them plants. They're on several lots. And it's not to take over anyone's land, but it's to ensure that we keep activity which resists overgrowth on the land. And then we had the meeting last night. The meeting was very well attended, and it was a very good energy in there, because you were dealing with people who are taking responsibility for their community and for the sustainability of what happens in there. And then it's going to look at, we talked about the other agencies. The other agencies don't have to be sitting in no office. No disrespect, East Grand Bahama. The agencies are on board. Education, health, youth, sports and culture, Ministry of Works, the Bahamas, the Ministry of Labor through job empowerment, and the access to services like the SBDC and the Bahamas Development Bank, etc. And they're gonna continue in their work. They're gonna put in speed bumps. So while you're living in a residential area, you don't have people who don't live there coming in, whizzing in, and putting at risk your children. All of these things are quality of life issues. They're gonna look at signage, making sure signage is in place. The street lights are working, so when you're walking the street, you have lighting. They're gonna deal with, I hope ultimately, bringing down buildings that are an eyesore and where people gather and, et cetera. And so this approach to the crime situation is more holistic, and it's integrated, and it's rolling out in Engliston. And it will move to other communities. And what we saw in Montel Heights last night was a really excellent vibe of people, sorry? Yes, people coming together, taking ownership of community, welcoming the resources of the state, which they should have get any old how long time, and embracing it. And we're going to be moving to other parts of Engliston ultimately. So, and then a key component of all this is the Ministry of Education, because what we understand that how you empower a child will mandate or dictate how that person, that child, through life will fare. This is an attack on poverty when you empower children and young people. And we've been working extremely hard. And the only concern and complaint I have is the bureaucracy of things, even within the ministry itself. And it's very frustrating. But we look at, for example, when we took office, or when school opened in January of 2022, the attendance was 46% coming out of the shutdowns. They've now been consistent at 92%. What we did this year, we put in place what we call success coaches. We identified all students who have 1.0 or below, and we have assigned coaches to work with those children to help them build up their foundations and to launch themselves into mainstream. But it also includes the very bright students, so it's the whole range. An honor society has been formed to really focus and to stimulate the really high flyers in our school system, so they do not become sort of merged in the collective of a classroom. We've worked with parents, because this is key. We've formed a parents unit. We've been meeting with parents. We met with parents about 5 weeks ago by Zoom nationally. We bring special focus on children with special needs. A lot of parents have children with special needs. They don't have money for any high-flying or high-cost facilities. And a lot of them have been on a waiting list. Their children have been on waiting lists for extended periods. And we have worked to take children off a waiting list and to place them appropriately. And we understand that children are more than academics, that they're also expressive, spiritual, creative human beings. And so we bring a focus on performing arts and our culture. And that is why in another couple months, just before Junior Junkanoo will be incorporated into the curriculum from pre-primary to grade 12. Yes. And we're also working now on bringing Rake and Scrape to be studied as a music form in our music classes, and that is underway. We're reviewing the community service, and I think we finished that work now. It's a criteria in the Bahamas High School diploma. And what we had before, it was, like you can go and find somewhere and do some community service. We have changed that. We have structured community service in such a way that every young person, and we've spoken with many sectors, including the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And the training will come through those agencies In addition, they will work with the National Trust to learn environmental principles. They will understand their civic duties. They will be able to identify what our symbols are in case they didn't get it during the mainstream schooling. And we will ensure that through the community service of the high school diploma, our young people will come out of that strong, conscious about who they are, what their nation is, what their relationship is with their nation, and that this will help to engender their character building at the end of the day. So I'm very excited about this component because this is a true paradigm shift, and it's really a form of national service in a nutshell for children who are in grades 10 through 12. And then the other initiative we are doing is that we are ensuring we have a flag on every campus so that young people understand that this is our country. This is our country. And so that we have a responsibility to it, to us, to each other, that we are a community, we are culturally diverse group, but we are a unique one, we have a unique oneness as a Bahamian people. And we want our children to come out. So education has a strong role to play in the work that we're doing. And then, finally, the issue of the breakfast program, which brings breakfast to children on the campus. So the legislation, we've gone through the details of it. The Minister of Urban Renewal has done that, Housing and Urban Renewal. So I wouldn't go through that, but I just want to say that this is important. We have to, I invite all to support it fully without too much long story on it, because what we want to see is greater equity in this country. I am not one, and I hope none of us want to be comfortable with what we are seeing in some quarters in this country. And it is our obligation and our duty as lawmakers, as policymakers, as leaders in this nation to ensure that we reach out, and not in a patronizing way, because nobody wants to be patronized, but in a way in which is empowering to people in this country, and particularly young people, so that they're able to take flight in this country and realize who they are and what they are and what they're capable of. As the Prime Minister said, they're capable of greatness. And this is being proven over and over. This is not rhetoric. The facts show it. So Angliston is pleased to support this. I am so happy that through this process and through this crime initiative that's underway, that community and that constituency will begin to see resources pouring in, building, engendering, relieving, alleviating, empowering. And this, I believe will do this, and it better. I hope it can't be just paper. We want to see action on the ground in Angliston. We want to see our beautiful Bahamian people come of their own and to flourish without stress and anxiety and sadness and whatever it is because of their economic circumstances. You can have sadness, we know that. We get that, everybody have their share. But I'm talking about the structural circumstances and conditions that people live in and have to coexist in, which includes our labor laws, people on the job, how they're empowered on the job. So I am pleased on behalf of the people of Angliston to support this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
To the member for Angliston, I want to commend you on the pilot project that you mentioned, particularly with the remedial students, and I'm happy that you're using. Is it a pilot? Oh, it's a policy, and I believe it's a good policy, and I'm happy to hear you using the word coaches as opposed to tutors, because coaching is more extensive in my view. Is there a tracking system where you're going to track these students over a certain period of time and report on the success and how we're going to, continue on with the program?
Yes, we brought in a former educator, Pauline Anley, who was the principal at C.H. Reeves. She retired, but very dynamic public officer. We brought her back. This is her task and her
Who's
role.
after Minas?
She is initiating, tracking, monitoring, and measuring. And so this is, and what I said is, it's not a pilot program. It's a
Yeah,
program.
send it to me,
And
please.
it's already, it should be now in 15 schools, primary, junior, and senior high,
I agree.
in throughout the country. And so it might be just New Providence now. We'll go into other parts of the country. So, no, the whole reason we got here is because we looked at the data. The data was 1.0 and below. And so that was, we were responding to that and to help empower. But just to say about the 1.0, that's for a number of reasons. Some children special needs and they haven't been identified. Some have very serious psycho-emotional issues due to a variety of reasons. You'd be surprised what some children are going through in this country. Some just maybe had some gaps previously that through social promotion that were not closed. There's a number of reasons. Yeah. It's no judgment. And so we're working with these children to ensure they catch up and that they're able to take flight. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani. The time.
I apologize, and I thank you for your indulgence, Kalani. I just wanted to take this opportunity, and I should have done it long ago, to send condolences to the family of Dr. Carolyn Hanna, who was the former Assistant Director of Education, and who was one who was a trailblazer and a pioneer in bringing into our own regime in this country special education. And so she worked closely with special needs, with the School for the Deaf, School for the Blind. She is, they all performed at her funeral. It was very beautiful. The School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, they all performed. And there was an autistic child that sang also. Yeah, so, but when the beauty of this, and I can sit down right now, the beauty of this is a Bahamian woman, very accomplished, Bahamian, who found it in her remit to look at children who were previously not on the agenda. And she roped them in and brought them into mainstream education, Dr. Carolyn Hanna. I extend heartfelt condolences to her family. We are proud of her, and when the time is right, we will appropriately commemorate her contribution by naming something in honor of her humongous, huge contribution to this country. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I start, just early as I was viewing the House, there were very few members within this Parliament. I think we were majority, and I was tempted, Mr. Deputy, I was tempted to rise and move a motion for a vote of no confidence. However, there were two who came in the backbench, and they would have had majority by one. But I'm only warning the government that should that arise again, I'm certain that this side will attempt to move for a motion of no confidence, a vote of no confidence. Mr. Deputy, I rise today to make my contribution to this urban renewal bill. But before I begin, I must again note the absolute disorganization of the government with clearly little oversight and coordination of our Prime Minister. Recently, we were told that a mining bill would be debated. That was changed at the last minute. Then we were told that the mining bill would be debated last week. Then late again, and at the last minute, we were told that we would be debating an entirely different bill. Sadly, Mr. Deputy, it demonstrates the other chaos, massive confusion, and poor governance. Mr. Deputy, urban renewal has been around for some time under both the PLP and FNM administrations. and the objective of urban renewal is for the state to make an intervention in our inner city communities where there is too much poverty, violence, and disorder. The bill before us establishes the Urban Renewal Authority with the purpose of overseeing urban renewal in the Bahamas. And the authority, Mr. Deputy, would have as an objective several main functions which I support and which are outlined in the bill. The minister would have the power to declare an urban community by order. A board would govern the authority, and the board, with the approval of the minister, would appoint a managing director. The managing director would be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the affairs of the authority, including implementing policy of the minister, providing operational support of the board, and conducting research to ascertain which communities qualify for an urban renewal. I support the effort to modernize urban renewal through this bill. I am from Baintown, Mr. Deputy. Reviving these communities is near and dear to my heart. That is why my administration created the Over the Hill Initiative, which provided tax breaks and incentives for businesses in the inner city. Mr. Deputy, the Over the Hill community was declared as tax-free, no business license, tax breaks on vehicles that were used for the business, tax breaks in terms of duty for construction material, either for new building or expansion, and real property tax, Mr. Deputy. And during that time, individuals would have utilized at least about $2.5 million worth of the concession. We also had an entrepreneurial training program in conjunction with SPDC, and about 49 individuals took advantage of that. But what was most important, Mr. Deputy, they were able to create about 142 jobs, and at the same time, generate revenue of about $4.8 million. 142 jobs. Mr. Deputy, imagine, and Angliston has been talking about it for a long time, and I would have thought that the government would have expanded to Angliston and others. However, the government dismantled, abandoned the whole process, stopped the inner city program. But imagine, Mr. Deputy, if Angliston, if it had expanded to Angliston, St. Barnabas, as we had anticipated, St. Barnabas, Forks Hill, Camp Road, Gambia, and parts of Fort Charlotte. Mr. Deputy, if it followed the path of Centerville, then 852 jobs would have been created. If it had followed the path of Centerville, in addition to 852 jobs that would have been created, a revenue of about $28.8 million would have been generated, and that money spent within that particular area. We also restored the Southern Recreation Ground, and there were other park restoration, the Joe Billy Park, Alvin S. Morse Park, Mother Francis Park, and Wi-Fi and CCTV were introduced, yet the government take ownership of the Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi program had started under us, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, sadly, the PLP administration ended this program, But I would have hoped that rather than ending, they would have expanded the program so that the businesses would have gotten another incentive. All new business would have gotten complete duty-free for first inventory. That would have been of great assistance, and I look forward to government reintroducing the legislation and make the amendment that is necessary. Many were greatly disappointed by this decision. It was uncalled for and hurts people in the inner city. Urban renewal was created by PLP administration. Urban renewal has done some good things. And unfortunately, it was often poorly run. It was often too politicized and was too often ineffective. Even though the PLP Urban Renewal 2.0, that was more of a slogan rather than a reform of urban renewal, the original and successive urban renewal by the PLP lacked a clear and comprehensive social intervention strategy and plan. Successive F&M administrations did not kill urban renewal. We made our adjustments, but the program was continued and exists to this day. Those on the governing side could have made adjustments to the Over the Hill initiative and left it in place. And I would hope that that amendment would be, as I've mentioned earlier. But the governing side made a heartless decision, which only hurts poor and working class Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, some would interpret it as some form of dislike or mistreatment of the poor, but yet, when you look at what's happening with BPL, the poor is not given an opportunity. I would remember, Mr. Deputy, in 1987, and this is very important, in 1987, while at the barber on Gibbs Corner and Market Street, Lipstick's Barbershop, a well-known PLP politician came in the barbershop at that time from a distinguished family, senior politician, PLP politician. And he said to us in the barbershop that he hoped that one day BPL and others would be privatized, but we should save our monies because that would be great opportunity for us, the people within the inner city and elsewhere, to invest. It would be a great opportunity. Those were the words of a senior PLP politician. He knew that that was the right path to take. However, involvement of the people. Mr. Deputy, the government had put in the Bahamas grid BPL distribution and transmission $100 million worth of asset representing 40%, which meant that 20% represent $50 million. But yet, the members of the private sector I refer to as the oligarchs only put in about $30 million when in actual fact it should have been $50 million in order to control or have ownership of 60%. And I would hope that it would be answered one day as to why this $20 million discount. Then, Mr. Deputy, why the shares are so expensive. It's totally different from what even the PLP senior personnel in 1987 was talking about. Share of 50 million, 50,000 automatically excludes certain individuals. Then we're now talking about the island power producers provide shore power for the cruise ships. There'll be opportunities again. But would that follow the same path, eliminating the small man? I see they're trying to make a correction today after I've been making noise. But it's estimated, Mr. Deputy, that just next year, in 2025, you probably have about 1,225 ships visiting our shores. You know the millions of dollars you're talking about in terms of profit? Should the poor not be a part or have opportunity to buy shares. But that's not the real thing. I don't have a problem with privatizing. All I'm saying is every Bahamian should have an opportunity. Do not create the oligarchs like we have seen in Russia. You know what happens. Poverty increases. Wealth remains within certain grouping or family structures. That should not happen in this country. But, Mr. Deputy, the money is coming from the bunker. Imagine if 1,225 cruise ships in 1 year. And we know the American law that only ships or vessels that use LNG can enter the American waters. Therefore, the power plant that they want to put at Iraqi, the real objective and goal is for bunkering of LNG, because that represents millions, if not billions of dollars. But for God's sake, it cannot be the oligarchs. Even when the FNM was looking at it, 65% of that were to go to the government, 25% to the Bahamian populace, and 15% to the private, to Shell. So, Mr. Deputy, we must look at that very, very serious. Having an urban renewal authority may be a good thing, but more important is the need for a comprehensive urban development plan and intervention strategy. The PLP has neither of these. They may create a new authority, but they have no long-range plans or strategy of urban renewal. To win elections, the PLP plan has always been to keep certain voters dependent on PLP handouts. The FNM has always had a bigger and more compassionate agenda based on the ideals of opportunity. What I just spoke about is an opportunity for Bahamians, not the oligarchs and subsequently more poverty within the Bahamas. The FNM has always had a bigger and more compassionate agenda based on ideals of opportunity, empowerment, and social justice. The PLP talks about the poor in order to win, but they are constantly betraying the poor. It is the PLP that put VAT on bread basket item. A loaf of bread has become very expensive. And while people are trying to afford bread for sandwiches for their children, the PLP is traveling the world in grand style, and the Prime Minister is sitting in comfort in this new BMW. The PLP has no conscience and care for the poor. The Bahamas has a serious problem, Mr. Deputy, with crime and violence. Urban renewal was created to help with this problem. The PLP administration promised on the campaign trail to deal with crime. They promised while in office to deal with crime and violence. Nothing they have done has worked. In their first full year in office, there were 128 murders. This was the second highest murder count in our history. Mr. Deputy, I also should mention that with our inner city program, murder within the inner city had decreased. Check the statistics. Armed robbery within the inner city had decreased. Check the statistics. Last year, there were 110 murders. This year, we're now at 104 in October, putting us on pace for approximately 120 murders again. The Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy, realizes that he has failed on crime and that this is now a political problem. He launched yet another crime plan last week, and this one is called Clear, Hold, and Build Strategy. It began on Monday in Angleton, and let me say for the record that I hope that it works. But let's not forget that this is a part of the same plan they announced in January. So far, they have failed to clear and to hold certain areas. Their plans have failed again. Now, nearing the end of the year, they are back in the same failed plan. This Prime Minister, lacking in energy, focus, and resolve, has no clear vision or plan to fight crime. He is running scared and has no ideas to combat crime and violence. You know, Mr. Deputy, it was ironic and amazing. I see our Prime Minister, unfortunately, he's left. He's busier traveling and doing things like singing songs to world leaders overseas, you know, who were hardly even paying attention. I was hoping he was here. Since he was singing to world leaders, I was going to ask him to sing to us. But he didn't want to know, too. But, Mr. Deputy, he's failing badly, and everybody can see it, including his own cabinet. I will always support the government when it comes to crime fighting. There's too much killing in our Bahamas, and especially on New Providence. I will always support the government with crime fighting. We on the opposition side will be monitoring the data to determine if this new plan by the Prime Minister has any impact. We hope he doesn't fail again like all his other crime-fighting initiatives. We need safer communities. What I fear, though, is that the well-meaning police officers and other state agencies tasked to carry out the crime plan will not have the support they need from the government, who seems to be often, Prime Minister, who seems to be often out of the country when there is a crisis. He was here to announce this plan, but we all know where the Prime Minister's main focus lies. Prime Minister focuses on traveling to conferences. He has been missing in action more than any other Prime Minister in any 5-year period in our history. For urban renewal to work and for this crime plan to work, our country needs a focused and disciplined leader who is committed to the on-the-ground work that is required. My administration was able to keep murders under 100 in back-to-back years, 2019, 91, 2018, 91, 1973, and 1979 and 2073. It is possible to make an impact on our crime crisis if the leader of the country is willing to give full support and focus to the crime-fighting policies of our state. Mr. Deputy, as mentioned, I support urban renewal and the reforms in this bill. Urban renewal requires wide-scale youth initiatives that keep young people engaged in positive activities. It is important that we as legislators invest as much as possible in young people in order to prevent them from taking up a life of crime. We must make every effort to save as many of our young people as possible through positive programs such as what are delivered via urban renewal. As we reform urban renewal, I advise the New Day administration not to abuse it by filling the organization with political cronies who have little experience or who just want a job and a car with a red plate. The PLP is known for overstaffing state agencies with supporters. We need an urban renewal staffed with qualified people who are able to do the work to help uplift our people. Urban renewal will fail at its objectives if the authority does not have the trained personnel it requires to carry out its mandate. As I conclude my remarks, Mr. Deputy, it is necessary for me to comment on a matter of great national interest that occurred during the last PLP administration when the current Prime Minister was Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy, at the end, I would table all documents. A judge in New York has found that Sarkis Esmerlius, Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing in June 2015 was a foreseeable and natural consequence of fraudulent actions by China Construction America and CCA and related entities. This is yet another global scandal involving the PLP. I wish to read from the Tribune editorial on this matter. And I read, fraud is the word used by the judge at least 4 instances, resulting in an award of $1.6 billion in damage to Mr. Ismailian. That's the $845 million equity contribution his family provided to the development plus interest. The contractor is described as having perpetrated an absolute sham and shakedown on Mr. Ismailian. CCA is said to have ordered or condoned the slowing or stopping of construction work on Bahama in the months leading up to the missed opening in order to further its commercial interests. I remind the country that CCA is a state agency of the Chinese government. The Tribune editorial stated that in the commercial part of the ruling, but there is also a political, that is the commercial part of the ruling, but there's also a political dimension. One of the contractor's senior executive was found to have admitted to all this before Perry Christie, who was Prime Minister at that time. If this is true, the former Prime Minister has much explaining to do to the Bahamian people. Mr. Christie must share his knowledge of this. This is a serious allegation, the Tribune went on to say. Then there is the connection with Mr. Christie's senior policy advisor, Sir Bertram Bethel, who was point man in the dealing with Bahama dispute. The U.S. judge ruled that CCA actively worked to curry favor with the Bahamian government, with the record evidence establishes that $2.3 million were made to Nortac Management Group, run by Sir Baltram's son, Leslie, to help gain access to his father. Why, Mr. Deputy, did Baltram Bethel's son get paid by CCA? For what services? Why was the son of the government's point man paid $2.3 million? What more is known of this company, Nortac? What did Sir Baltram know? Why else? Who else was paid by CCA? Who else got contracts? Let us recall that Sir Baltram was knighted by Perry Christie. The Tribune noted, the judge noted of the testimony of Daniel Liu, Mr. Liu confirmed in his deposition testimony that he did so because he was looking for help from Leslie Bethel and wanted Leslie Bethel to speak to his father, Sir Baltram Bethel, about proposed edits made by Sir Baltram Bethel to the heads of agreement. Leslie Bethel.
Sir, we are actually
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
looking at the article that Alani is reading, and he is adding things to the article as outlined in the document.
I'm going to table everything.
But it's not the article.
As I said, I would table
No.
everything.
You said that you were reading from an article
And
from the, you are ad-libbing.
I asked questions, and the questions
No.
were not-
Just clarify. Mr. Deputy, the member for Kalani indicated that he was reading an editorial. But in the editorial, we were following his utterance from the editorial, and quite a bit that he was speaking about the editorial is not included.
Is it
so
the
he
same
need to
editorial?
differentiate what you're saying from the editorial. That's all we're asking. If you're saying you're supposed to say "and," you cannot continue on ad-libbing as if you're reading from an editorial. I suggest that you withdraw it and clarify it.
At the end of my debate, I will table the document.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The Tribune also noted, first of all, Leslie Bethel reassured Mr. Liu that Sabi is one of CCA's biggest supporters and promised to provide further help with the defendant's interactions with the Bahamian government. Mr. Liu reciprocated the sentiment saying, I am sure about Sir Bethel, Sir Baltram, and yourself as our best friends. The Tribune also noted, end quote, the Tribune also noted, there is more too in the U.S. ruling, including the prospect that Bahamas' financial crisis could have been avoided entirely if CCA had used $54 million to pay subcontractors. Instead, it was used to fund the purchase of the British colonial Justice Barak ruled. CCA has said the $54 million was needed to pay subcontractors and cover construction changes. But the judge said this was an absolute sham and shakedown, that CCA had other plans for the money. It can be easy to get lost in all of that, but what it amounts to is that a developer who came to the Bahamas in good faith was subject to treatment that appeared designed to cause problems with the project, resulting in the loss of control and a drawn-out legal process that has secured a $1.6 million award in compensation. The closeness, Mr. Deputy, of that process is governed, that process to government figures at the time is uncomfortable, to say the least. A simple review by the Attorney General is insufficient to get to the bottom of the level of involvement at the time and whether it was or was not appropriate. A far greater investigation ought to be conducted, and actually with the intention for it to be completed and the outcome made public. This is too big to be swept under the carpet. It affects the reputation of the Bahamas, the trust that future developers can have over the good faith their own projects will be treated with, and the expectation that any wrongdoing will be met with justice here at home. Mr. Deputy, an independent crime investigation is needed into what happened with Bahama during this period of last Christie administration. I want to publicly congratulate Mrs. Sarkis at Meles on the success at this time, this case. And Mr. Deputy, let me say, and let me say it slowly. Let me say it slowly. This country needs a purge. Let me repeat. This country needs a purge. And I go on and say, and listen to me, and I want all to listen to me. This country needs an enema to cleanse the bowel of politics. I repeat, this country needs a purge, and it needs an enema to cleanse the bowels of politics. Mr. Deputy, I spoke earlier about the need for commission. The question is, who all got illegal funds from the Chinese and other sources during this Bahama feud with its million? The Prime Minister has referred the matter to the Attorney General, but it's unclear what that means. Few to no Bahamians are confident that the PLP will honestly investigate alleged corruption in the PLP. This is a scandal that goes right into the office of the former Prime Minister. We need an independent process to get answers on behalf of the people. As the Tribune said in its editorial, it is easy to believe that these reviews and commissions and investigations by the PLP are nothing more than a way to push a matter into the long grass and hope it goes away. Mr. Deputy, they will not go away because the opposition, the COI and others, will have much to say on this latest major scandal by the PLP. I said COI and others, many even some among you who have once stained the reputation of the Bahamas. From the drug era to this latest corruption surrounding certain people in the PLP, the question is, Mr. Deputy, the question that would go on the record, do we have a nation for sale? Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the documents be brought up.
What's today's date? 30th?
Order that the documents do lie on the table. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand here today as a proud Bahamian who believes our country has a bright future. This optimism is solidly grounded due to the words in our preamble to our Bahamian Constitution. Mr. Deputy, this preamble states that we here in the Bahamas recognize the supremacy of God. That is to say that our country's foundation is rooted in the basic tenets of the Christian faith. This leads me to reflect upon a scripture of Proverbs 18:16, which says, "A man's gifts maketh room for him and bringeth him before great men." Mr. Deputy, I believe every one of my colleagues, and regardless of political affiliation, would agree that our presence in this room, especially here today in debating this bill, is a testament of the unique gifts, talents, and immeasurable mercies granted to each of us by our Heavenly Father. That is why I'm so proud to be here, and I believe that every one of our young people throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has the potential to stand in this place as well. Kalani, if you wasn't going to leave, I would respond to some of what you said, but you but you ran far. Mr. Deputy, unfortunately, it seems as if the challenges of life are seeking to devalue the worth of our individual gifts. It is in those moments that we need reminders that our unique abilities are worthy of making room for us and expanding our territories. This is one of the reasons why I'm so proud to speak in support of this Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024. In 2021, when I was elected to represent the wonderful people of Yamakro as their Member of Parliament, I committed to improving the quality of life for my constituents. This Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 promises to help me fulfill that promise, not only to the people of Yamakro, but also to those across the nation who will benefit from this initiative. I am pleased to report that the doors were recently opened to a Elizabeth and Yamakro Urban Renewal Office. And already the positive feedback confirms its beneficial impact to our community. This is not surprising, as Urban Renewal has, since its inception, over 2 decades, focused on addressing antisocial behavior. And, Mr. Deputy, I want to take this opportunity to thank the member for Carmichael and the member for Marathon as Minister and Minister of State for causing the Urban Renewal, the newest Urban Renewal Office, to be opened in Elizabeth Estates for the constituency of Elizabeth and Yamakro. Today, urban renewal does so much more. It was focused on addressing antisocial behavior at the beginning, but is promoting empowerment, unity, advancement, community, and a future of hope. Mr. Deputy, these are the qualities Bahamians seek in their communities, and our government is delivering on that vision. Mr. Deputy, the records will reflect that since its inception, urban renewal program positive changes can be seen because they have taken place. Some would contend that we would be further ahead as a country if this program did not have the rebound or did not have to rebound from being dismantled by the previous administration. While unfortunate, I am not surprised that the opposition opposed the vision of this program. Even now, they are showing that they will oppose anything we do just for opposition's sake. In one voice, they say they are supporting the bill. In the next voice, they have every critical thing to say about the bill and the persons who even work as a part of the program. The Elizabeth Yamacraw Urban Renewal Center may be new, but it is quickly becoming a model for others to follow. We strategically identified and placed it near the Thelma Gibson School so that young students can easily access its resources, and we have already implemented several programs at the center that are bringing tremendous value to our residents. As a candidate during my constituency walks, I noticed that the building, which is presently housing the Urban Renewal Center, was identified that was an ideal location for such a center. I promised the constituents that with the help of the ministry and the partnership of the member for Elizabeth, that we would deliver an urban renewal center at that location that would help to address the needs of that community. After selling the vision, just a few years later, the building was renovated, the property cleaned, and today we can proudly say that the Urban Renewal Center for Elizabeth and Yamacraw is open for business. The hard-working team assigned to that location was so enthusiastic about this initiative that they begged to begin work there even before all systems and furniture were in place. I will highlight some of the initiatives that they have already embarked on as a team, and I thank them for their passion and energy for serving the people of the surrounding communities who are already feeling their presence. Mr. Deputy, two objectives of this urban renewal bill include the developing and promoting of programs that teach children their rights and responsibilities as members of their communities and as citizens of the Bahamas, and providing educational programs to prepare children and others for opportunities available throughout the Bahamas. This Urban Renewal Center is active in meeting these objectives. Our after-school care program, for example, provides parents with a peace of mind knowing that their children are safe and supervised after school. This program not only offers structured homework assistance, thereby improving academic output, but it also encourages valuable study habits and promotes a heightened focus on education. By keeping our young people engaged, we reduce the likelihood of antisocial behavior. And Mr. Deputy, today as the homework center, as they would have welcomed children into the center, it was reported that we had an increase of an additional, I think, 11 students just today in this program in this homework center. And I think that that bodes well that students and parents together have confidence in this facility. This initiative strengthens community bonds, bringing neighbors together for a nutritious start of the day, because we also, in that center, introduced a community breakfast program at the Elizabeth Yamacraw Urban Renewal Center. And this is for especially those who may otherwise go without breakfast. It also fosters a sense of belonging offering a consistent space for social gathering and promoting volunteerism within these neighborhoods. We are thrilled to announce that a weekly breakfast program has commenced at the Thelma Gibson School for the students until the National Breakfast Program reaches them. So this is an initiative which we plan to expand to ensure that our children can focus on their schoolwork and maintain an overall healthy well-being. Mr. Deputy, another objective of this Urban Renewal Authority bill is to take, I quote, all necessary steps to discourage criminal activity. We believe our initiatives, such as the upcoming urban renewal ban in Yamakwa Elizabeth, which has been downplayed in here by the opposite side, this will help to deter antisocial behavior by engaging young people in positive structured activities that promote a focus on teamwork and pride. And the member is asking who downplayed Central, right? It was said that anybody could do a band, that we had bands and many people have made bands, have created bands, there's nothing special. When you do things like that, you downplay the value of these programs in the communities. It was highlighted by Martha on how a young lady sat in the corner of the chamber who in the gallery who would have benefited from urban renewal by not only getting a scholarship, but playing 4 or 5 different instruments. Wow. And she attended today for the passing of this bill, or for the debating of this bill, so that we can highlight her on the benefits of this urban renewal program. So a ban is not just a ban, and it's not just about anybody can do it. And so I would put that to the opposition, who seem to be doom and gloom about even the things for the youth, Mr. Deputy. Beyond these programs, we are actively collaborating with residents to identify storm-damaged buildings that need repairs and removing derelict vehicles in collaboration with the Department of Environmental Health, where I work, Mr. Deputy. These efforts ensure that our community remains safe, clean, and attractive. And I'll say this also, Mr. Deputy, that too was downplayed, as this is the same old recycled program that you move in some cars, moving some cars, moving some cars. But Mr. Deputy, how disingenuous is that statement, or those statements, when we know that every day that first of all, there's a saying that evil does not take a day off. And so criminals will look to continue every day or to find places to hide criminal artifacts, right? Number 2, there's the existence of rodents who don't take a day off or take a break. So if you put a derelict vehicle there today, in a week, you could have that as a rodent nest. So it is not just moving the vehicles that we're doing for any, for show. This is something that is being done to fight crime, to fight rodent infestation, to help to keep our communities clean. So as they put them there, we have ramped up and we've moved hundreds of vehicles in that program, along with urban renewal, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and we've also engaged social services. So urban renewal is doing a wonderful job, along with the Department of Environmental Health, because we visited Bamboo Town recently, and there was a person living in a derelict car. We were able to offer social service assistance to that homeless person. We understand that there are a number of persons who are living in derelict vehicles, if they could find them, who may be vagrants and just don't want to, or no one has reached out to them to take the assistance of social services or other assistance. And we are also addressing those issues as we find them. So it's more than just moving cars. It's more than just moving cars. Let us not downplay the impact of these programs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the urban renewal centers will serve as spaces that empower our citizens to adopt healthier eating habits and to save money through backyard farming classes. These initiatives are especially timely as we recognize the financial strain on some households who face the strain due to rising inflation and other factors. By learning how to grow their own fruits and vegetables, individuals not only produce or reduce their grocery bills, but they can gain a sense of pride and an additional avenue for physical activity. This approach not only fosters personal well-being, but also builds resilience within our community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while we support our youth in their growth and development, we are equally committed to our elders. Recent stories from the media have underscored the urgent need for a continual focus on elderly care and training. Our government is committed to addressing this need, and we intend to make it a priority, ensuring that our seniors receive the respectful and skilled care they deserve. Towards this end, the center will serve as a safe, welcoming place for seniors, providing both companionship and caregiver training programs that ensure that our elders receive respectful and competent care. Additionally, the center is currently running a seniors fitness program every week. Mr. Deputy, I'm pleased to report that this is widely attended thus far, thereby promoting improved physical health, mobility, and overall wellness amongst our elders in the community. Unfortunately, loneliness is a major complaint amongst persons at that age. The senior fitness program is helping to alleviate this problem, as it provides another social outlet and space for them to form friendships. All of this bodes well for reducing stress and enhancing the overall.
Deputy, we've come to the 7 o'clock hour. I ask that the House does sit beyond 7 p.m.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond 7 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, another objective of this bill is a commitment to encouraging, promoting, and helping in developing economic activity and enterprise. Our urban renewal centers will equip residents and job readiness skills and vocational training, preparing students or persons for stable employment and career growth. By fostering a mindset of lifelong learning, we empower individuals to contribute meaningfully to our communities' prosperity and strength. Our vision includes providing high-quality digital and written resources to inspire and broaden perspectives. We aim to cultivate a community that values education at every age and stage of life. These centers will play a critical role in encouraging lifelong learning, particularly among our young men. Mr. Deputy, while our government has raised the minimum wage to $2.60 per week, we recognize that continued training will enable our citizens to achieve financial stability and employability and independence beyond entry-level earnings. Our urban renewal centers will promote further education and training. We want to see more young people pursuing further education at the University of the Bahamas and BTVI, thereby opening doors to careers that extend beyond high school. And as a proud graduate of the College of the Bahamas, now the University of the Bahamas, I am especially concerned about the gender disparity in higher education. During the 2021-22 academic year at the University of the Bahamas, of the 634 graduates, Mr. Deputy, only 143 were males, with 491 females. At BTVI during the same period, out of the 334 graduates, only 66 were males, compared to 268 females, and this is at our Technical Training Institute. These statistics reveal a need to engage more young men to continue their education beyond the high school level. Mr. Deputy, I envision our urban renewal centers as spaces where young men can see education as a viable pathway to upward mobility. Mr. Deputy, we understand that when people receive support they need, the support they need, they are less likely to turn to crime. Our urban renewal programs will discourage criminal activity and offer structured opportunities and dedicated support systems, creating positive pathways. And Mr. Deputy, I was going to address some of what was said additionally here. But I know the hours spent, much has been said, and I think that a yeoman's job was done by the speakers on our side who spoke earlier directly to this bill and its effects. And I also highlight and would like to join them in congratulating the Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie, who would have been the architect for urban renewal and for giving us the ability to take this forward into the future and project into the future. He's showing his support here today because obviously he supports the vision going forward for a program that would have been birthed during his time. So in conclusion, Mr. Deputy, through these objectives, urban renewal will continue to foster a vision of civic-minded, community-building citizenship, from educating children on their role in society to equipping adults with skills for employment and providing support for the elderly. Our urban renewal centers will be a cornerstone of unity and empowerment for all ages, from the cradle to the grave. Mr. Deputy, thank you so much. Yamakro supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Deputy Speaker and honorable members, it is indeed a privilege to once again rise on behalf of the residents of Pine Ridge, who have entrusted me with the profound responsibility of representing them here in this esteemed House. My gratitude extends to each of them for their unwavering support and belief in the vision of this focused, action-oriented Davis Cooper administration that has worked diligently over the past 3 years, implementing policies, enacting legislation, and putting in place initiatives to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize our country. Deputy Speaker, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 is a bill of national importance and a critical component for the future development and sustainability of communities like Pine Ridge and urban communities throughout the island of Grand Bahama and the entire Bahamas. And this bill is more than just legislative progress. It is a lifeline, a promise, a path to a better tomorrow for inner cities, and a strategic intervention by this administration to resolve the long-standing urban decay that has plagued our nation. In our Blueprint for Change, we committed to revolutionizing inner cities and urban communities throughout the Bahamas with an agenda focused on abandoned buildings, derelict vehicles, cleanup programs, street lighting, housing programs, and the utilization of neighborhood artisans. I would like to thank the members of Carmichael and Marathon for ensuring that urban renewal continues to evolve to become more robust, more effective, and more impactful. I thank the AG's office in law reform, co-chairs of the Urban Renewal Commission, soon to become the Urban Renewal Authority, the Right Honorable Algernon Allen and Reverend Diana Francis, and their team for the important work done. I spent some time with them recently when they toured some of the projects that we are working on at the Ministry for Grand Bahama, and they too could see the synergy and the power of collaboration. I was also happy to see the establishment of the citizen advisory committees, and again congratulate all members, especially those from Pine Ridge. And Mr. Speaker, it's been said many times already, but I want to thank our former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie, for his vision and the historical launch of urban renewal, as well as former co-chair of Urban Renewal, who commissioned the first Urban Renewal Center on Grand Bahama Island, the Pine Ridge Urban Renewal Center, Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt. Today, I give special thanks to our Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, for his stellar leadership in strengthening urban renewal to become more agile and continue to be a vessel by which the least amongst us are not only able to survive, but also to thrive. Deputy Speaker, I am in this place because of the beautiful, resilient, supportive people of Pine Ridge, and I do not take this fact lightly. I am focused on the task at hand, the reason I offered myself to the people of Pine Ridge to inspire, enable, and deliver in service to the people. And let no one deceive you, because Team Pine Ridge and I have been busy from day one doing just that. Our Pine Ridge constituency office is open from Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., easily accessible in downtown Freeport. We have our Pine Ridge on Wheels to meet constituents where they are. We constantly have events that are highly advertised for all Pine Ridge residents. We have focused Pine Ridge programs designed to impact lives and communities, including Mother's Pantry, Pristine Pine Ridge Helping Pine Ridge, Victorious Women of Pine Ridge Get Fit, Pine Ridge Acts of Kindness, and I personally do birthday drops on most occasions when I'm on island. Deputy Speaker, I am proud of the achievements made in Pine Ridge, and more importantly, what is to come. But I know that there is still much more work to do, but together, Team Pine Ridge and the entire community and I will get the job done. Just watch. As the Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge and Minister for Grand Bahama, I am not just a policy maker, but a Grand Bahamian who loves my island and our people, and one who is cognizant of the issues that have persisted for decades. And I will toot my own horn. What we have been able to accomplish, where we have brought Grand Bahama from, with 2 members of Parliament to their 5, our 2 and then 1 minister to their 5 ministers, including a Deputy Prime Minister and Ministers of Finance, is to be applauded. So come as they may, we are on the right track, making things happen with over $2 billion in investments, and the best is yet to come. Mr. Deputy, I am familiar with the legacy issues like the so-called ghetto in Drake Avenue, and the International Bazaar, and the Princess Properties, and Close Road, and the once deteriorated downtown Freeport, the aging infrastructure, hazardous derelict buildings and vehicles that have become eyesores, and in some cases, breeding grounds for criminal activity. And one by one, project by project, we are addressing legacy issues. Deputy Speaker, when the Prime Minister entrusted me with the Ministry for Grand Bahama in 2021, it was evident that the ministry could no longer function as a ministry of administration. In the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic, where we had hit rock bottom, it had to evolve into an action-oriented ministry for the people. It needed to be project-based, focused on innovation and collaboration with other ministries, government agencies, NGOs, businesses, and the community to provide opportunities for residents and to meet the needs of the people of Grand Bahama. Deputy Speaker, I can proudly say that every project my ministry has executed over the past 3 years has done just that. The projects we are currently working on provide more opportunities, have a greater impact on meeting the needs of residents, and address long-standing issues plaguing urban communities. And the establishment of the Urban Renewal Authority under the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 will assist in this endeavor. In September 2023, the mandates of the Ministry for Grand Bahama were increased by 4 new mandates. One of these included relations with Urban Renewal Grand Bahama. In recent times, through the Ministry for Grand Bahama, a number of initiatives have been undertaken in conjunction with Urban Renewal, including opening of offices in East End. Deputy Speaker, with the new mandate given to the Ministry for Grand Bahama by our Prime Minister in October 2021, the CoLab Partnerships for Development Unit was created. I am Beaming with pride with the success that this unit has achieved to date, the unit partners with NGOs, businesses, other government agencies, and the community at large to assist with the basic needs of residents and for the growth and development of Grand Bahama Island. Through this unit, the beautiful Grand Bahama program was created, employing over 500 individuals since its inception, putting bread on the tables, decreasing crime, and even causing gangs to lay down their weapons and work together. Some of these individuals were involved in the Trip Circle Restoration Village project, which restored 13 dilapidated, abandoned former police homes to make them transition homes for those in need. This initiative continues to impact the lives of our people in urban communities, providing a hand up as they get their lives back on track for 6 months at a time to allow another family to receive support. This program has been viewed by many international organizations who visited our island as revolutionary, one that can be utilized not just throughout the Bahamas, but also the region. I'm extremely proud of this program and the many initiatives that we have embarked on through CoLab to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize our island and our country. To date, the Ministry for Grand Bahama's CoLab unit has partnered with Urban Renewal on a number of other projects, including the revitalization of the Urban Renewal Center in Pine Ridge and improvements to the park, the development of the Pine Forest Park, and restrooms in Sunset Village, both in 8 Mile Rock. We will continue to collab with the Urban Renewal Authority on impactful initiatives for our people and our communities. And, Deputy Speaker, I am proud of the work done by the amazing team at the Ministry for Grand Bahama. We are small in size, but big in heart and committed to the cause to again recover, rebuild, and revolutionize Grand Bahama Island. Thank you, Team Ministry for Grand Bahama. Deputy Speaker, the partnership between Urban Renewal and the Ministry for Grand Bahama has come full circle with the participation in the Cities Forward initiative that was launched last year at the Cities Summit of the Americas. In my 2024-25 budget communication to this honorable House, I spoke about the legacy issue that the government had embarked on within the city of Freeport to revitalize the area known as Garden Villas in collaboration with the U.S. Department of State. As I stated during my contribution, upon my application, the city of Freeport was selected to participate in the Cities Forward program and matched with the city of Coral Springs, Florida, to develop sustainable, resilient, and inclusive solutions for vulnerable communities. The program is a collaboration between the U.S. State Department, ICLAY Local Governments for Sustainability, the Institute of the Americas, Resilient Cities Catalyst, Bill Change, and the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. The Ministry for Grand Bahama selected Garden Village to focus on. Garden Village is the name of the project in the garden, and Garden Villas is a part of it, to focus on building a sustainable, resilient, smart neighborhood that is self-sufficient and reliant. The Garden Village project is committed to transforming the Garden Villas neighborhood, colloquially known as the ghetto, into a sustainable community hub. This ambitious initiative focuses on community revitalization with a housing development that will be a model for the Bahamas. The Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Renewal is truly involved in this, and we are making it happen. This ambitious initiative aims to acquire properties, relocate squatters, demolish existing structures, and revitalize communities. The key objectives include enhancing climate resilience, promoting economic growth through sustainable initiatives, fostering entrepreneurship and business development, and supporting comprehensive community development. The redevelopment involves the construction of new apartment buildings and single-family homes, rehabilitations and retrofits to existing homes, a resilience center, cooperative agritech farming solutions, and other public space and infrastructure improvements. This pilot project will serve as a model for broader urban resilient efforts in Grand Bahama and across the Bahamas, integrating sustainable building practices and fostering economic growth. The Garden Village project aligns with the government's vision for urban renewal in inner city revitalization and will be a collaborative effort between the Ministry for Grand Bahama, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal, the Ministry of Social Services, the Ministry of National Security, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. In fact, we are well on our way with the acquisition of the Garden Village structures, also known as the Munnings buildings, the Barron Court, also known as the Blue Bain buildings, Pioneers Apartments, known as the Green buildings on Pioneers Way, to transform into a model community. Deputy Speaker, as I close, one of the most important aspects, I believe, of the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 is that it regularizes urban renewal workers. Since its inception, there has been the willy-nilly treatment of urban renewal workers with changes in administration. With this bill and Part 3, headed Administration and Related Matters, provision is made for the transfer of public officers from the service of the government to the service of the authority, offer of permanent employment to public officers, pension of the persons transferred from the public service to the authority, power of the authority to establish a pension plan, and power of the authority to grant gratuities. So, as you can see, Deputy Speaker, the time has come for Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024. It's here, it's happening. The future development, resilience, and sustainability of communities like Pine Ridge and urban communities throughout the Bahamas depend on this bill. The bill establishes a central authority, cutting through the red tape that has often slowed urban renewal projects to a crawl. It allows the authority to act swiftly, decisively, and transparently with the community's best interests in mind. Deputy Speaker, this bill will allow for the development of more transition homes like those we renovated in Trip Circle, more small home repairs, more refurbished, repurposed buildings that can be utilized to help our people and our communities, and more programs like the Cities Forward Garden Village project. I, the member for Pine Ridge, view the passing of the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024 as a catalyst and a saving grace for the development of urban communities like Pine Ridge and communities throughout the Bahamas. For this reason, Deputy Speaker, Pine Ridge wholeheartedly supports the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I stand on behalf of the wonderful people of the Pinewood constituency to speak on their behalf in this place. Mr. Deputy, I'll be very, very brief, Mr. Deputy. Okay. Yeah, I can be brief. Mr. Deputy, as I said, I'll be very, very brief. The member for Carmichael and the member for Marathon so eloquently laid out the purpose of this bill. But representing a community that is also considered urban, I would just like to lend my voice in support. Mr. Deputy, the Pinewood Urban Renewal Office, headed by Ms. Smith, is doing, and her team is doing an excellent job. Mr. Deputy, Pinewood has been flagged one of those red flagged areas that benefits most, some parts of it in particular, from this piece of legislation. Mr. Deputy, as was said earlier, urban renewal is not just about playing music or being in a band. It's about building character, especially with the young men. Mr. Deputy, with regards to this holistic approach that has been laid out, I have no doubt that with this piece of legislation, we will be building character in our young men in our society. Mr. Deputy, notwithstanding urban renewal ban and the Thanksgiving Day parade at Macy's, I think at that time we were probably the only international band to participate in that parade. It tells you how far we have come. It also tells you of the talent that Bahamians have when given an opportunity. And we're seeing it in the schools, in particular CV Bethel, under the principal, the former principal, McCord. You see these schools are getting involved at that level of bands following urban renewal. Pastor Kimsley Ferguson, whose church is in Pinewood, he have a band. And so it's being mimicked by churches, it's being mimicked by schools or other organizations. So that speaks to the level of confidence that the whole community have in investing in our youth. Mr. Deputy, this also creates the togetherness. We heard Angliston so eloquently lay out the challenges that are faced in our inner cities and urban areas. And this cannot be ignored. And if we were to ignore that segment of our society, we do so at our peril. And so, Mr. Deputy, I adopt the words that were said earlier by those on this side and opposite in support of this very important piece of legislation. Pinewood rests.
Okay. Thank you, Pinewood. Well done. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, all good things must come to an end. And I am pleased to bring this debate to a close. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me first of all start by thanking all of the members, everyone, those who listened, and of course, everyone who contributed to this very timely and critical debate. This is indeed historical, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would like to again commend all of us for the work we are doing for the good of this country and certainly of the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I close this debate, I want to once again encourage all of us, because this is a bill to inspire, motivate, encourage, and build a stronger Bahamas for future generations to come. Underlining this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is poverty alleviation. Amen. And it is in that context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of all of us in this place, I would like to commend all of the stakeholders, all of the volunteers, all of the donors, all of the workers, everyone who contributed in some way to the upliftment of all individuals in the community. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say again that the Urban Renewal Program is critical because it is a program which was homegrown, cultivated by Bahamians, all of us. And so it's something to be very proud of. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me indicate, again, you would see the awards that were won by the Royal Bahamas Police Force in respect to this program. And it was not, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to explain the significance of these awards very quickly. In 2003, 2004, 2005, and 2006. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first award, which was won by the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, this is an organization which comprised 25 member countries in the Caribbean. All of the major Caribbean countries are part of this organization. So for the Bahamas to have won the top community policing prize out of all of these Caribbean countries speaks significant volumes that we're doing something right here. Moreover, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, these smaller ones here, this is the largest policing organization in the world. 170 countries represented by some 34,000 members. We won the top community policing prize consecutively for 3 years. And in addition to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the other prizes I didn't held up was a fifth prize, which is the International Association of Chiefs of Police Top Community Policing Award, and it is given for the larger countries. And so this isn't to be taken lightly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so I want us to have a full appreciation of the level and extent of what we are doing in the Bahamas. We must be doing something right. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take note again of members opposite and, of course, of the criticisms, of course, which I would submit, I take as constructive. And even though I would submit that many of the criticisms are not appropriate to put in the legislation, and as we would appreciate as legislators, you have what is called the parent legislation, the Acts of Parliament, and this is what we are passing today by this bill. Then you have what is called regulations, which can be passed by, in this particular case, the ministers through the assistance of the Office of the Attorney General, and we don't need to come to Parliament to debate regulations, but to lay them on the table. And so, when we talk about issues of policy, we talked about, there was the subject matter of mortgages and loans in respect to this bill. It would not be appropriate to put those provisions specifically in the legislation, because if you do that, each time we need to make a change or an amendment, we have to come to Parliament. So it is more appropriately put in the regulations. And under this provision, section 39, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it says, the minister may, after consultation with the authority, make regulations to provide for A, any forms and notices to be used, B, prescribing anything authorized or required by this act, C, to inform institutional arrangements to support capacity building, D, providing any fees to be charged under this act, and E, any other matter required or permitted by this act to be prescribed or necessary or convenient for carrying out or giving effect to this act. So in essence then, it means then that we can make regulations in respect to mortgages and loans. In addition to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the opposition would know very well that we have policies. There are policies which are deeply entrenched in the public service as it relates to how we grant and how the government and the public service operates. But, Madam Speaker, I want to say that what the members opposite had to say hasn't fallen on deaf ears. It will be taken under advisement. And so, for instance, where members opposite, I think the member of East Grand Bamba spoke about tax incentive for donors, and there's a piece of legislation. We are aware of the legislation, but we don't think it's appropriate to be put in this particular piece of legislation, right? Secondly, we also talked, I think, about a hurricane relief fund. This is something, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all sides, both sides have been talking about for decades. And so we know it's something that has to come. It is just a matter of how we coin it and where we put it. The same applies to fire relief. All of us in this Parliament has had fires of homes in our constituencies. And we know the challenges when we go on the scene. We have to call the Minister of Social Services to put the people up. We got to find resources. Then, of course, the people don't have insurance. So we know we need some sort of a fund for fire relief. This is something, of course, that Urban Renewal is looking to recommend to the government in respect to how we can deal with this. That is why we hired Mr. Howard Newbold and, of course, Ms. Sharon Martin, who are researchers, and they are deep policy makers. They understand policy. They can do deep research, and we are hoping that they can make the kind of recommendations to government to deal with these types of matters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we indicated earlier, there are many success stories of urban renewal. And again, in terms of the performance indicators and benchmarks and the like. We don't have to go to no other country to see that what we're doing is right. They have come here, and they have come and saying what we have done here. You recall an area called Tivoli Gardens in Jamaica. The Jamaican delegation came here because they wanted to see what we were doing in urban renewal to implement in those areas. And they have implemented components of our program over there, and they're having very good successes. And so it's something that we have done that is being exported and we can be very, very proud of. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to also note in terms of performance indicators, what are some of these in urban renewal? And as I indicated, I'm going to wrap up very quickly right now. Urban renewal is not just there to clean derelict lots and remove derelict vehicles and deal with abandoned properties. We're doing much more than that. And in this context, we want to ensure that in passing this legislation, there is continuity and sustainability of efforts. And in this context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have cleared a significant number of derelict properties. As I've indicated, we have compulsory acquired 65 of those properties, and we have built low-cost, affordable homes for our population. And we are prepared to work with other homeowners, other property owners, to ensure that if you own a piece of property in any of these areas, please come and see myself or Minister Raming so that we can ensure that we work very closely with you to acquire the property and be able to ensure that we put more homes in those areas. As it relates to derelict vehicles, as I've indicated, we have moved thousands of derelict vehicles from different areas in New Providence, particularly, and we have informed government policy which has resulted in the amendment that prohibits the importation of vehicles more than 10 years in this country, and we are about to make other recommendations to government. Thirdly, to prevent and reduce gang violence, we started, and of course it is still in its operation, the school-based policing unit. And of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, another most significant performance indicator is our band program, where many of our young people have been given scholarships, and those who would have ordinarily not been able to go to university are now getting a university education. These are all significant things that we can all be proud of and boast of in respect to the urban renewal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not static. We're not saying it is perfect. It is a working, living document which from time to time will require amendment as we go. And so we invite all sides to monitor, let's work together, and let's build a stronger, better Bahamas. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we started, we end by thanking the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Perry Christie, for his vision. We thank our current Prime Minister, who was given direct responsibility for urban renewal when he was Deputy Prime Minister. And now that he sits in the driver's seat, we know his compassion and care for this program. And that is going to be the fuel in which we take this to a whole new level. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, finally, as I indicated, my contribution is dedicated to the late Paul Farquharson, Commissioner of Police, who was given the authority to be the driving force for when this program first began. And on that context, may his soul and the soul of all the faithfully departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Michael moves.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. An Urban Renewal Authority Bill, 2024. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of an urban renewal authority to improve the quality of life of residents in designated urban communities throughout the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Further second readings?
Second readings.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I move that the House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole with Southern Shores in the chair.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the member of Southern Shores in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Southern Shores will now take the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chair, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed.
As many of those.
As many as in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The long title is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The short title is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that clauses 1 through 40 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1 through 40 be agreed. As many as in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Clauses 1 to 40 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that the schedule be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. As many as in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The schedule is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. All in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I now move that the Deputy Speaker now take the chair.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker take the chair. Deputy Speaker.
As many as in favor?
As many as in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Deputy, the motion is carried. Deputy Speaker, take the chair.
Shades. Oh. Yeah. No, I should put in a machine. Honorable members, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported the committee has examined the bill, making no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the following bill, the Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Urban Renewal Authority Bill 2024. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of an urban renewal authority to improve the quality of life of residents in designated urban communities throughout the Bahamas and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be Urban Renewal Authority Bill 20, Act 2024. Further third reading of bills.
No further third reading.
Great. Consideration of Senate amendments, resolutions, member statements, none. Appointment of select committees, instructions of select committees, notices for future meetings.
Mr. Deputy, I rise to renew all notices in the name of the government.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South
Mr.
Grand
Deputy,
Bahama.
I stand to renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 6th of November, 2024 at 10 a.m.
It has been moved and seconded that the House at its arising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 6th of November, 2024. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Deputy, I do move that the House do now adjourn.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 6th of November, 2024.
All right.
All right, let me get the most important things.